Greetings to the House. Can we please settle down, members? Greetings to all members who are in the House, distinguished guests who are inside the House up there. Greetings to our members that are in the virtual platform. Today is the 16th of May. We are having a hybrid meeting that will be debating budget debate of Vote 14. We will then start with an opening prayer, a silent prayer of meditation for all members, maybe for a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. We are now going to move to the rules of the House. Honorable members, this is a budget debate of the legislature that we are conducting through hybrid means. You're reminded that this budget debate will be conducted in terms of our standing rules. On the issues of connectivity, members, before we proceed with the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of the Speaker relating to addressing connectivity problems. The Speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate due to connectivity issues. If a member has connectivity problems, the presiding officer will continue with other speakers on the speakers list for the debate. If the member regain connectivity before the response of the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will be flexible in applying the speakers list, and the member will be allowed to continue and finalize his or her speech as long as the member reconnects prior to the commencement of the response to the debate. Secondly, we also ask members who are debating to allocate a fellow party member who will be able to take over the member's speech and read the member's speech into the record. Presiding officers will then allow the fellow party member to take over the member's speech. If all else fails and the member is unable to present his or her speech to get another party member or a whip to take over, it will unfortunately not form part of the official recordings of the proceedings. If a member does not have connectivity problems, we will follow the above guidance to try and assist members. I hope that this is in order. Members not debating are reminded at all times to mute their microphones and switch off their cameras. Also, members are requested to take care of any noise in the background that interferes with the broadcast of the proceedings. Honorable members, I further wish to confirm that the budget report of 2022-2023 of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works has been tabled in terms of the standing rules. We will now proceed with the matters on the agenda, being the debate on Vote 14. We've got the speakers list in front of us. This debate has about 135 minutes. We will firstly start by the report by the MEC for Human Settlement and Public Works on Public Works budget vote, which is 45 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Cele Siyabonga kakhulu. The Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Fraser, Speaker, Honorable Boyce, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mthembu, the Chief Whip, Nxamalala, KZN Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Zigalala, members of the Provincial Legislature, members of the Executive Council, mayors and councillors of local government, the Director General and heads of departments, distinguished guests, the people of KwaZulu-Natal who are following us in various media platforms, and the members of the ruling party in the entire province of KwaZulu-Natal, the ANC, members of the media, good morning to you all. Madam Speaker, we note with heavy hearts that we are presenting this budget vote as a province in distress due to fatalities from recent severe weather patterns. As the realities of the climate change hit our own doorsteps and floods having ravaged different parts of our province, our hearts are with families of those who lost their loved ones. Kuyisifiso sethu sihlalo singumnyango wezomsebenzi yomphakathi ukudlulisa amagama enduduzo kuyo yonke imindeni elahlekelwe izihlobo yabangani kanye nomakhelwane. Isikhathi esinzima lesi wesiphuma kuso kodwa sinethemba lokuthi uJehova uzosigcina asinikeze isibindi agcine nemindeni ayinikeze isibindi. Siyazi imindeni eminingi ihlezi emahholo ihlotsheni kanye nakubangani. Sibonga uhulumeni kazwelonke oholwa ngumongameli uPresident Cyril Ramaphosa noPremier wesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal ubaba uZikalala icabinet yakhe kanye nohulumeni wesifundazwe kanye nongqongqoshe bonke ngokungenelela. We thank the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, his cabinet, our Premier Sihle Zikalala, members of the Executive Council and members of this House for demonstrating leadership during the most painful period in the history of this province. Honorable members, we have come here to report to the elected members and elected public representatives and the people of KwaZulu-Natal that the Department of Public Works is ready to take a lead in the construction of socio-economic infrastructure needed by the people of this province. The big question as we start this budget speech is, what are we going to do for our people? And we must, after this budget, able to answer the next generation when they ask us, what did we do to change the picture and change the situation that we are faced with as the people of this country? Immediately after the disaster, we deployed a roving team of professionals in the built environment to assess, review, and estimate cost of the repair of damage of the infrastructure. We wish to report that the team has assessed and provided cost estimates in 75 facilities for the Department of Transport, Health and Social Development. Further assessments of 30 facilities for the Department of Arts and Culture are being finalized. Our priorities, honorable members, at this stage we wish to pause and pay tribute to the pathfinders of this freedom and democracy. We are all gathered here as products of the democracy that we ushered in 28 years ago. We represent the aspirations of more than 11.1 million of the people throughout the corners of this beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal. As we advance the aspirations, we remember that the ruling party, the African National Congress, remains the vehicle for the transformation of society. It is former President Nelson Mandela who believed that the ANC as a governing party had a responsibility to use all the resources of the state to eradicate poverty. Madiba once remarked, and I quote, "Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice. It is the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life," unquote. He further pointed out, and I quote, "The dire poverty of some is not an affliction which impacts only on those who are deprived. It reverberates across the globe and inevitably impacts negatively on the whole of humanity, including those who live in conditions of comfort and plenty," unquote. Madam Speaker, Chairperson, as inspired by the words of Madiba, it is our intention to briefly outline how the people of KwaZulu-Natal stand to benefit from our program of action. As Public Works, we remain committed to work hard and tirelessly to ensure that KZN plays a leading role in the creation of a better future for our country. Our priorities have been packaged to support provincial government departments as they put this province on a new trajectory of socio-economic development. Having been invited by the Eastern Cape Provincial Government to be part of the Transformation of Property Sector Conference through the MEC, Babalo Matigizela, we acknowledge that we need to do more collectively to transform the sector. Later on, we'll reflect on the lessons learned and best practices that we believe will help the two provinces share skills and resources in order to grow our respective economies. Importantly, honorable members, we understand that the growth of our province is a result of the economic activities of not only other provinces, but of various neighboring states and trading friends of South Africa. These are the issues that have informed our priorities. Throughout this term of office, we remain focused on achieving the following priorities, Honorable Speaker. In the interest of time, we'll name but a few. Strengthening the capacity of public works as the only implementer of choice for infrastructure development in the province. It's very important, honorable members, that we just don't, you don't just be called an implementer of choice without us practicing it. We want to live up to the name and up to the aspirations of KwaZulu-Natal and make sure that we remain the only implementer of choice for this government. Reducing rentals through the construction of state-owned infrastructure and maximum use of existing state facilities, improving audit outcomes, improving the maintenance of state buildings, accelerating the transformation of property sector in KZN, negotiating and reduction of property rates on the state-owned properties in eThekwini Metro, restructuring the department to be service delivery focused, re-engineering and producing a new service delivery model. Honorable members, want to strengthen internal control, working with provincial treasury, effective coordination of EPWP to ensure skills development and acquisition of required practical skills in order to accelerate socio-economic development, building internal capacity, artisan skills development through our own workshops in eThekwini Metro, in the outer years, moving into Umzinyathi and Umgungundlovu district, building the provincial precinct in collaboration with other departments, including the Office of the Premier and the Legislature. Honorable members, in drafting this budget vote, we took into consideration the government's focus on reconfiguring the structure of the economy of the province post-COVID-19 period. We're also rebuilding the social infrastructure damaged by the recent floods. We have internalized that the fact the provincial government has redefined centers of growth and corridors of development as outlined by the Premier in his State of the Province address. We are directed to focus on entrepreneurship development, which is vitally important to the economic and social development of this province as we rebuild this province. We understand as public works that through innovation, entrepreneurs create new competitive markets and business which lead to job creation and multiplying effect on the economy. The question is, what are we planning to do to stimulate the socio-economic development and drive entrepreneurship in the province? Madam Speaker, the prioritized budget for 2022-23 financial year is 1.942.9297 billion rands. So it's just above 1.9 billion rand. This figure will remain meaningless if it fails to touch the lives of ordinary members of society who are subjected to the conditions of squalor every day, and it can't continue. We refuse to be part of the continuity of poverty in this province and the country. As a matter of fact, we must reiterate our position that while a generation born to defend the gains of political freedom, the decisive way of defending this political freedom is to end the vicious cycle of poverty. We'll never abdicate this responsibility bestowed on us by those who voted for the ANC into power as the ruling party, and that must be accepted. We have stated in many platforms that as this current generation, history will judge us harshly if we turn a blind eye to the grinding poverty that affects blacks, who are the majority of the people in this country. Blacks remain the ones who are affected by poverty in this country, and it hasn't changed. And we must change that picture. And we must never fear to tell things as they are, because poverty in this country remains black. The face of poverty remains black. People who are beggars in the street, in majority, are black. People who are having challenges when you've got floods and their houses will are black. People who will suffer during any disaster are black. So it means we must defend the gains of this democracy and make sure that we advance progress to the black community of this country. We have stated in many platforms that as this current generation, history will judge us harshly if we turn a blind eye, as I've said. Our grandparents were impoverished, humiliated, and had no ability to create wealth for their children. So mlomo, sihlalo ngihlale ngithi akufanele abazali bethu bazalele enhluphekweni, bakhulele enhluphekweni, bafele enhluphekweni. Nathi sizalele enhluphekweni, sikhulele enhluphekweni, nezingane sifele enhluphekweni, nezingane zethu zizalele enhluphekweni, ifele enhluphekweni, kanti sikhonelani thina okwethu kuletha ushintsho inhlupheko iphele. Somlomo, sihlalo, compatriots were inspired by the leaders produced by the glorious movement to make a difference. Our hope for a better future is provided by the triumph of the most scorned, oppressed, and downtrodden, who challenged the most sophisticated and feared regime in the whole continent of Africa, and they won. So how can we not win this battle of defeating poverty while we're in charge of the state? We are determined to win, Chairperson. Failure is not an option and will never fail. Our determination is to ensure that the people of KwaZulu-Natal are liberated from the yoke of economic oppression, irrespective of their political affiliation. We'll never politic ngepoverty yabantu bakithi. Ngeke siyisebenzise ipolitiki uma kuze enhluphekweni yabantu bakithi. Bonke abantu bakithi okufanele basizakale bayolithola usizo ngoba asikwazi ukupolitika ngenhlupheko ngoba inhlupheko ayinapolitiki iyafana kuona wonke umuntu. Want the people of this province to feel the impact of the 3 billion we are projected to spend on behalf of the provincial government departments. We are responding to sluggish economic growth, which has had a wide-ranging knock-off effects in our province. One of the most severe impacts has been on the ability of the provincial economy to not only sustain and retain existing jobs in the province, but also to grow the job markets and reduce unemployment. Importantly, by rolling out infrastructure on behalf of the government departments, we are effectively implementing the National Development Plan. The plan identifies specific steps that needs to be taken to promote the values and principles of the public administration contained in the Constitution. One, to build an efficient, effective, and development-oriented public service as part of capable and developmental states. The NDP highlights the need for a well-run and effectively coordinated state institution with skilled officials who are committed to the public good, capable of delivering consistently high-quality services while prioritizing the nation's developmental objectives. This is what we are committed to do with this budget. During the budget formulation processes, we considered the following, Honorable Chairperson: carry through cost of wage adjustment in line with the provincial treasury guidelines. All inflation-related increases are based on CPI projections. Reprioritization and adherence to cost-cutting measures as issued by provincial treasury. The capital budget is based on the department's infrastructure plan. Let's go to programs now. We'll start with program 1, the administration, which is budgeted at 441.092 million rand, which is 441 million rands, which is 22.7% of the budget. The main objectives of this program are to provide strategic leadership and overall management, other areas of responsibilities, including supporting the executive authority, building a positive corporate culture, and rendering support and advice in terms of human resources and legal matters. Communications, effective use of digital infrastructure, ICT, are other key focuses areas under this program. The program also ensures monitoring and evaluation M&E systems are in place and renders sound financial management services, risk management, and supply chain management. The program's budget is distributed as follows: compensation of employees, as you can see; goods and services, as you can see; transfers and subsidies; machinery, equipment, software, intangible assets. You will see that the 441 million we're talking about, it's well distributed amongst all these. Strengthening of service delivery and good governance. Madam Speaker, Chairperson, the past financial year we worked hard as a team to build a solid program of service delivery through integration of programs and services. We have maintained a strong sense of accountability of senior management and at head office and across the districts. The monitoring and evaluation of performance has greatly assisted the processes of ensuring solid service delivery. Importantly, last year we committed ourselves publicly to build an image of clean governance, inspired by our determination to ensure speed and efficiency, which is our hallmark. We commit to build on the solid foundation we have laid by filling vacant posts as a way of strengthening service delivery. In the 2021-22 financial year, 29 posts were filled, of which 14 were in the professional disciplines. In 2022-23, as at 30 April 2022, 11 posts have been filled. The current human resource provisioning plan reflects 42 vacant posts still to be filled, with a great progress being made to fill all of them. We are moving forward, and nothing will really hinder us in trying to make sure that capacity in the Department of Public Works is optimal and is at 100%, so we can deliver with speed. We commit to ensure that the issue of head of department is finalized in the department. We'll also finalize the recruitment processes of the CFO and the head of infrastructure. Having said that, we appreciate the energy and vibrance injected into our work by the young team of professionals, Chairperson. A young team of professionals. It's a team of professionals led by the MEC, who's just 45 and below. All of them are below 45. Whether you talk about the HOD and the CFO, they are all a younger generation. And they are fearless in making sure that we do change the picture, and we take very radical decisions in making sure that we progress as the Department of Public Works, but also making sure that infrastructure is delivered on time, and we change the picture. This team has done exceedingly well. On clean government matters, we undertake to continue to work with Provincial Treasury to do a thorough review of all government contracts, tracking performance, determining value for money, and preventing irregularities. We frown on irregularities. We continue to ensure consequence management by dealing with cases of fraud associated with procurement processes. Chairperson, we wish to report that there are 12 forensic cases which are in progress, and 4 cases were finalized. We can also report satisfactory progress with the implementation of recommendations. In addition, the department has 12 cases of irregular expenditures. Of these 12 cases, 6 cases have been finalized, and where consequence management was recommended, this has been implemented. 3 cases are currently under investigations. 3 cases are awaiting investigation. And we are going to move with speed, because we always say justice delayed is justice denied. And we'll make sure that we deal with anything that has a tendency of irregularity within the department. Further to the above, a team has been established to deal with outstanding cases, including irregular expenditure reported on leases. Importantly, we are working with Provincial Treasury and Office of the Premier to ensure integrity now in the workplace. We want our workers to serve our people with dignity and honor, and refrain from using their positions for self-interest, fraud, and manipulation of tender and procurement processes. We are very, very determined on this, Chairperson. We must raise it here. It's one issue that we want to eradicate in the department, because we are not just a department that must be known of facilitating tenders. We are a bigger department than that. On skills development, the skills development of young people is fundamental to the growth trajectory that we have set ourselves as the province. Only massive production of appropriate skills and ensuring the access of apprenticeship or supervised training is the way to go. The department has 4 capacity building programs in place to empower the youth and assist them in finding sustainable employment. Internship program, bursary program, the work integrated learning program, also the schools program. Our professionals in the built environment are providing mentorship to students in a range of fields such as electrical, mechanical, and structural engineering, quantity surveying, architecture, property valuation, and construction project management. You can see it's technical, Chairperson. It's technical, very technical. We are spending approximately more than 24.7 million on bursaries and stipend for interns. To date, there are more than 57 young people that have registered as fully fledged professionals. And thanks to this department, that has given them an opportunity. Through our skills development program, we are proud of the fact that we have many young professionals such as Mr. Smiso Matonzi, Mr. Pepelo, Mhlongo, and many more others who are fully fledged professionals today. The only sad part is that we are seriously dealing with the hemorrhage of talent and skills that we spend our resources as public works nurturing. Provinces, the private sector, and other sister departments have identified public works as a breeding ground for talent, and they take our talent from us. But we are happy that we are giving this country capable professionals to provide a good quality skills and making sure that we provide quality infrastructure in the entire province and the country. In addition, we remain firm behind our program of ensuring that as public works, we play a critical role in strengthening our education system. We want the education system to create and supply of quality science and technology human resources from the school system for the provincial and national economy. We are cognizant of the fact that a modern economy demands human resources that are numerically and scientifically literate, technology fluent and skilled at problem solving. In this regard, Chairperson will continue to offer bursaries to grade 11 learners in various high schools across the province, especially in rural areas. A rural child must know that the government of the ANC is there for them, and we are changing lives for our rural children and rural learners. On 30-day payment of service providers, the big elephant in the room, the issue of delays in the payment of service rendered will never escape our attention. Chairperson, I must say this. We have worked hard to try and change the face, but we haven't arrived where we want to be. There has been a great deal of improvement when it comes to the payment of service providers during the past financial year, but we haven't arrived where we want to be. But there are many factors that are contributing to that. But we are seized with this issue. We want to pay service providers on time. This is an issue which was raised sharply in the SONA, with the President emphasizing that it is in contravention of the PFMA not to pay service providers on time. The department continues to face pressures relating to the payment of service providers within 30 days. It must be noted that further to processing our own expenditure, the department processes expenditure relating to client departments and thereafter claims from client departments through the interdepartmental account processes. The total amount due from client departments, Chairperson, as we stand, amounted to 594 million rand at the end of March 2022. And this is the money that we're supposed to be paying service providers with. But we are working on it. The main challenge with regards to cash flow is attributable to delays in settlements of claims by some sister departments. The department has seen some improvement in the settlements of claims with most client departments. They are still taking longer than 60 days to settle, which exacerbate the cash flow challenges. Service providers have also indicated discontent with the department's failure to timelessly settle their invoice. Chairperson, I must say that I've said to the team that we need to work like municipalities, like a pay-as-you-go system, where if you don't pay for electricity, it will be cut off. If you don't pay for water, it will be cut off. If the department doesn't settle its account with the public works, we're not going to continue with your project up until you settle your bills. Otherwise, we end up doing things that we're not supposed to do. So it's how we're going to be working, because we must change and take responsibilities, all of us. And that's what delays projects. Projects get to be delayed, and public works is seen as a department that is not efficient, not because of inefficiencies, but because if there is no money to pay service providers, projects will delay. So it needs all of us to collaborate and work together. But we are working on it with sister departments. There is quite a great deal of improvement. Working with the Premier, working with Treasury, there is work that is being done. Impact on Concord judgment. The suspension of all procurement processes from 16 February 2022 hampered service delivery to client departments. This resulted in the advertisement of tenders and bidding processes being put in abeyance, thus affecting the rollout of infrastructure and procurement of goods and services. However, exemption approval was received on 19 April 2022 to proceed with all the procurement. The department has embarked on the following to comply with legislation, improve procurement processes, as you can see there. We continue to ensure speed around procurement processes as part of efforts to strengthen service delivery. Key to the supply chain management processes is the transformation of various sectors of the economy, including the built sector industry. We remain determined to fast-track the entry of entrepreneurs from previously disadvantaged communities into the entire value chain of the built industry. In this regard, we continue to receive guidance from the Provincial Treasury as the custodian of procurement. On Program 2, which is property management, very important, which takes about 55% of our budget, at more than R1 billion, just less than 1.1 billion rand. The purpose of this program is to provide and facilitate the provision of accommodation and integrated property management service to clients. We do this through planned property life cycle acquisition management, maintenance and disposal, optimal utilization of immovable assets, land valuation, maintenance of the immovable assets register, payment of property rates, and integrated service delivery. The program's budget is disaggregated as follows. You will see that compensation of employees is at 65 million, goods and services is at 68.8 million. Then the big one, transfers and subsidies, at just less than R1 billion, at 936 million rands. Machinery and equipment, you will see. On this one, Chairperson, having participated in the property transformation sector in the Eastern Cape under the leadership of Premier Oscar Mabuyane, we remain determined to transform this sector. Significant numbers of the South Africans have never in the history of their families experienced formal property ownership and its wealth creation benefit. Black South Africans still remain under siege when it comes to property ownership up until today. This has had fundamental impact on the economic potential of South Africa and black people in particular. We are not racist, but we are being factual. Despite legislative and policy interventions to eradicate these inequalities in practice, skewed patterns of ownership, participation, and benefit remains, and we are determined to change it. Black people continue to be significantly represented in ownership of Black people continue to be significantly underrepresented in the ownership of property, in particular, Africans in particular. Whilst administrative, legal, and financial constraints restrict the ability of black people to participate in the property market, during the Property Sector Transformation Conference, delegates debated and agreed on the need to repurpose government facilities as generation of revenue for government and creation of sustainable job of opportunities of the previously disadvantaged communities. One big question, Chairperson, I always say we must ask ourselves, what kind of public works we want to have? What becomes the future of public works? Are we happy with the public works we are having and the approach public works is having currently? And the answer is that we want to re-engineer and change public works to do more, generate revenue for the state, bring investors for the state, create jobs. We don't want just to be a department that facilitates tenders. We can't be facilitating tenders only and deal with properties and it ends there. We must be bigger than that. So we are moving towards that direction. As part of ensuring that those who were previously disadvantaged benefit, we have established a dedicated property transformation task team to drive this process. Members of the task team are drawn from the government departments such as the Office of the Premier, Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, as well as Provincial Treasury. We have mandated the head of department to ensure the representation of other stakeholders such as non-governmental organizations, civil society, youth formations, people living with disability, SMMEs, cooperatives, community property associations, industry bodies, and the private sector at large. We are planning ongoing consultation with all spheres of government, national and municipalities, because we want a clear development trajectory for taking our province to a better future. Our message to the task team is based on the principle of one strategy and plan for all. Honourable members, by and large, the office accommodation space, we require the office accommodation space we require as government presents an opportunity to drive transformation of the sector. To unlock these opportunities, we need the support of the honorable members as lawmakers. This we are going to table to this house moving forward as we go through via the portfolio committee, because we need the support of this house to change the laws pertaining to the issue of transformation on property and accommodation space for the government. We need to debate applicable legislation such as PFMA and National Treasury regulations, because some we feel they are not giving us that direction and the advantage that we need to give those who are previously disadvantaged. We also wish to announce that we are dealing with rampant and deliberate lodging of appeals by unsuccessful bidders. In some instances, some appeals are lodged to frustrate the transformation process. This has become prevalent in Pietermaritzburg. We have those who believe that those opportunities must be given only to them. They go to provincial treasury to lodge appeals because they believe that it's them, only them, who must access these opportunities. And it can't continue. It shouldn't continue. Chairperson, at this stage, we wish to turn our focus to the stabilization and payment of property rates to municipalities. The department continues to manage the payment of property rates to the municipalities with the limited budget that is available. It is with this appreciation that the provincial treasury, despite the limited provincial fiscus, managed to provide an additional budget of 350 million rands for the past year. This assisted a great deal in the payment to the municipalities. Let me also appreciate the 50% discount for property rates on schools by eThekwini municipality. This is very progressive. We wish all municipalities can follow suit. This resulted in a saving of about 123 million rands on property rates budgeted for 2021-2022 financial year, which helped the department in offsetting the deficit with other municipalities. But we just ask other municipalities to follow suit as the eThekwini municipality has done. The annual budget allocation for property rates remain insufficient. The trend over the past several years is that there is always a shortfall. Regrettably, this is not an occurrence that can be solved by the best financial planning, as property rates are dependent on individual municipalities, affecting increases in line with the municipal rates policies. However, the issue is being resolved through a variety of intergovernmental interventions, and the intention is to ensure that the issue is avoided going forward. Chairperson, we want to make sure that the maintenance of state-owned buildings does take place, and we are going to be doing that. Chairperson, on program 3.
Honorable MEC, just a second. Can we stop the watch? Can we request members who are on virtual platform to mute? They are disturbing the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. On program 3, honorable members, provision of building structures and equipment. Honorable members, under this program, we are focusing on reducing rentals through the construction of state-owned infrastructure and maximum use of existing state facilities. The program's budget is disintegrated as follows. You can see it's at 22.18%, and it's 430 million rands. It's just about 431 million rands. You will see how the money has been disaggregated there. This includes the EPWP integrated grant for provinces of 8 million rands. On infrastructure delivery, last year we presented a clear plan on infrastructure revolution across the province. We wish to report that the department has completed 390 capital projects across all districts at a combined cost of 1.1 billion rands. In addition, Chairperson, as part of ensuring sufficient provision of energy in response to load shedding, the department commissioned 173 out of 207 generators in various public health institutions. We also supplied the Department of Transport Road Traffic Inspectorate. In our quest to position the department as the implementer of choice, we wish to report that we completed the following projects for the Department of Education: drought boreholes program, 151 projects of boreholes, electrification of 4 schools, storm damaged schools, 23 projects, water and sanitation, 100 projects. In addition, we completed the following facilities in 2021, 21-22. The construction of new schools, talking about completed, not to be completed. Construction of new schools, 2 schools, Dundee Junior, which was completed on time, literally on time with speed and efficiency. And I've said we need to use exactly that approach that we use dealing with Dundee Junior in all our projects, because the issue of speed is one of the most important one. And the Kwamia school, the schools refurbished at 239, clinics refurbished 122, hospitals refurbished 16, the buildings and facilities refurbished 11. Somlomo uqinisekisa ukuphepha kwezigodlo zaseNdlunkulu, umnyango wezemisebenzi yomphakathi ukwazile usebenzisana nehhovisi likaNdunankulu nomnyango kaNdunankulu ukubiyela isigodlo eziyisikhombisa esikhathini esiyinyanga ezine, sizibophezele ukuqhubeka nokuvikela isithunzi saseNdlunkulu siholwa uNdunankulu wesifundazwe saKwaZulu Natal ngoba ingumgogodla wesizwe. Yingakho sesikwazile ukubiyela izigodlo zesilo siqhubeka nokwenza umsebenzi wakhona eNdlunkulu. Critically, a cost of 104 million has been spent in the maintenance of over 479 government facilities in the province. Further to the above department, the department will be completing, this will be completed in the next 5 months. All these projects in the next 5 months will be completed. Kolo Primary and Ekucabangeni High School to Department of Education. Umzimkhulu Service Office under Department of Agriculture, Dundee Laundry Equipment, King Edward Upgrade Nursery, Madadeni Upgrade of Streamline, Marcourt Hospitals, Sniggy Timber in Admin Building, Farmers at Catherine Booth Hospital under the Department of Health. We are moving with speed beyond challenges that we are faced with, but we are delivering infrastructure for this province of KwaZulu Natal. Chairperson, having said that, we are moving with speed to ensure that we implement infrastructure projects in-house, which will reduce the use of consultants. We have been given a mandate to reduce the usage of consultants, and we are indeed increasing capacity internally to make sure that we do have internal capacity. And if we talk about a developmental state, it must be a state that is capable of having internal capacity and deliver within itself without going to private sector. We are finalizing the setting up of departmental design offices, a center with appropriate modern equipment and software, meaning our designs are going to be done in-house. We'll be moving, even planning must be done in-house, so that we reduce consultants that are going to be hired by this department and sourced by the department. I must hasten to point out that the department has reprioritized its infrastructure project to implement based on the allocated baseline budget. The funding request that is being prepared for the department covers 22-23 financial year will ensure the completion of certain projects. You will see the projects are mentioned there. But I want to take you through the table below, which is indicative of the infrastructure project award, the tenders that we have awarded. We want to tell you who were awarded to. That's transparency. But we want to talk about transformation as well. Blackman, you can see it's about 347 million that has been awarded, which is about 49%. Black women, it's about 257 million, which is about 36%. Indian men, you can see it's about 44 million. Indian women, which is 6%. Indian women is about 45, which is again 6%. Colored men is at 0.01%. Colored women is at 0.02%. White men is about 2%. White women is about 0.04%, youth is about 22%, people with disabilities is about 0.1%. You can see where your money is going. On catalytic projects, and we are very determined to make sure that this doesn't change. We are very determined, and nothing will change us in making sure that blacks are benefiting, but Africans in particular benefiting in majority. But everyone must benefit. We are not racist, everyone must benefit. On catalytic projects, we want to turn our focus to the issue of catalytic projects. The provincial government has clear vision and targets set for 2025, 2030, and 2035. All of that is supported by a range of catalytic projects. On provincial government precincts, one of the most critical infrastructure projects worth mentioning is the establishment of provincial government precinct. The department is focusing its resources on refining the master plan to accommodate the approximately 5,000 officials as part of sustainable solution. The department is working to ensure that the precinct does not constrain the infrastructure and contribute to the congestion already being experienced. Utilizing the internal resources, the preliminary design, we are utilizing the internal resources, underline that. The preliminary designs concepts for the legislature was presented to Starkov in February 2022. The development for the archives as well and other facilities within the precinct. Working with Provincial Treasury, the department has engaged some financial institutions such as Infrastructure South Africa, Afrexim Bank, and National Treasury to determine the appropriate funding model. Due to provincial fiscal position, the department has identified Build to Operate and Transfer, BOT, as sustainable funding model. On SEDA, we are very much determined in making sure that the Strategic Infrastructure Development Agency of KwaZulu-Natal, as it was previously reported, SEDA, is designed to build state capacity to deliver infrastructure. This is an agency that is going to make sure that we move with speed in making sure that the implementation of infrastructure in the province is done quickly. And we want to make sure that it builds the internal capacity of the state to deliver. Expanded public works program, Chairperson. Last year, we expressed our determination to repurpose the expanded public works program. We remain determined to ensure we shift the mindset and change the practice of using EPWP as a by-the-way employment scheme. We want to have an EPWP program that does have an exit strategy that has got a capacity to transfer skills and develop skills. It's not going to be about picking up of paper and sweeping off roads. It must be an EPWP program that is able to absorb and help even graduates that are unemployed and give new opportunities to our people, which will be part of mass job creation through the expanded public works project that we are going to have. You can see that whilst increasing the set target on the Department of Public Works as the EPWP coordinator will again be ensuring that all public bodies are implementing various exit strategies. You can see these exit strategies, they are listed there. It's quite a number of them, and you can see that we are changing the EPWP to become something that is very special, but that is going to contribute in skills development, skills transfer, but also on employment. On ASCs, we're contractor, Chairperson, having finalized the registration of ASCs, we're contractor, development program, database to CIDP, the department is now firmly ensuring that targeting of specific projects to CIDP 1 to 6 only during 2022-23. We will ensure that work allocated to contractors through ASCs or contractor development program include fencing, water and sanitation, early childhood development centers, school storm damage maintenance, repairs and renovations of electrification. In repurposing of government facilities, groundbreaking. When we presented our budget vote last year, we committed ourselves to ensure that we hand over some of our underutilized buildings to drive socio-economic development. The department has embarked on a process of identifying underutilized and unutilized facilities and land to be used for revenue collection and job creation. The aim is to repurpose the state properties to attract investors, generate revenue, and also creation of sustainable jobs opportunities in the province to contribute in the reduction of unemployment. Once the land facilities have been identified, the following processes would be followed. Preparation of land, including bulk infrastructure, working with municipalities, forge proper partnership to assist historically disadvantaged individuals, tap into oceans economy on state land along the coast. Repurposing of state properties will also reduce payment of property rates burdened to the state and maintenance of budget. This will require extensive engagement and memorandum of agreements with municipalities, especially on bulk infrastructure. Chairperson, the Department of Public Works is in the process of repurposing, re-engineering the mandate to incorporate an element of revenue regeneration through leasing of state properties. We believe state properties that are not used and underutilized can generate revenue for the state, create sustainable job opportunities through commercialization of unutilized state properties, attract investors to develop state properties for economic development and job creation. It is with deep sense of pride that, as promised, we handed over a property worth of 1.4 million to a community organization called Zamani Disabled People's Organization. This is in Esikalini. In conclusion, Chairperson, as we draw towards conclusion, I wish to state that as an executive authority, we commit ourselves to ensure that together with senior management, we build a team of motivated cadres, willing to work very hard together to improve the lives of our people. We extend our hand to work with every person in KwaZulu-Natal who appreciates that government cannot do everything alone, but we must work together to build a sustainable future. We wish to thank the ordinary members of the community and leaders of the society for the support, as we pledge to work tirelessly to improve the lives of our people.
Your time is over. I'll give you 2 more minutes for your.
Thank you.
From your time.
Thank you,
later,
Chair.
your response.
Thank you so much for that gratitude. As we pledge to work tirelessly to improve the lives of our people and build better future, together we undertake to ensure that the struggles of the freedom fighters were not in vain. To the members of this House, we are eternally indebted to you for always giving us support. A special word of gratitude to the Premier Sihle Zikalala, members of the Executive Council, all of them, and their heads of departments, for the work they have done planning for the year ahead and their support since we assumed office. The Portfolio Committee of Public Works, under the leadership of Honorable Mbali Fraser, we are grateful to you. I thank the acting HOD, Mr. SP Majola, senior management, and all categories of staff at head office, districts, and regions for the renewed commitments to serve with efficiency and speed. Equally, I want to pay tribute to my organization, the African National Congress, Umbutho Wabantu, for giving us the opportunity to serve the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Akwandele bani. I'm indebted to my wife, Machabizol, my kids, my family, extended families, neighbors, and all the people of KwaZulu-Natal, in particular, obviously, to the people of Ngutu. I present the budget for vote 14, about 1.942.297 billion rand for consideration and approval by the honorable members of this House. I thank you, honorable members and the chairperson.
Thank you, MEC. We will proceed to now receive the report by the Chairperson of Public Works, Honorable Fraser, MC Fraser, for 10 minutes. And let me remind members again on the virtual platform to please mute when they get to the platform. They must not disturb the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the session. I greet you all. I greet the Premier, the Executive, the Honorable members, our guests in the gallery, Sanbonani. Chairperson, let us welcome the opportunity given to us as the Public Works Portfolio Committee of participating in the 2022-2023 budget speech debate for vote 14. We are noting that by and large, the areas covered in your report, Honorable Sotobe, are common to the committee's strategic focus for this period. The committee has considered the Department of Public Works annual performance plan and budget for this year, the 2022-2023. Honorable members, it is my greatest pleasure to report to this House that from the department's meant to comply with the AOP, the Public Works Portfolio Committee ensures the involvement of the stakeholders in its committee and legislative processes. It is for this reason that the first draft of 2020 and budget for the Department of Public Works was firstly considered at the public meeting with stakeholders held on the 17th of December 2021 in Ugu District Municipality. The final draft was considered at the meeting held with stakeholders on the 7th of April 2022 at JG Zuma High School. It pleases us to note that the core business functions of the provincial department are in line with the outcome-based strategy, goals and objectives in the 5-year plan of 2019 to 2023 of the Public Works Department. Chairperson, the department presented the 2022-23 budget for consideration. The reprioritized budget allocation for 2022-2023 is 1.9 billion. Program 1 administration allocated 441 million. Program 2 property management allocated 1 billion plus. Program 3 provision of building structures and equipment allocated 440 million. The committee further noted that the provincial department spent approximately 2 billion on behalf of the provincial departments, which is meant to be recovered through the interdepartmental account. Chairperson, amongst other issues, the committee is highly concerned about the conduct of some clients' department that compel Public Works to deviate and contravene legislation in terms of payments of services of service providers within 30 days. According to the AG's report, Public Works reflect as non-compliant due to being owed by clients' department. We are appealing to departments to pay Public Works in time, Honorable Chairperson. The allocation funding for implementing Government Immovable Asset Management Act, which is GIAMA, is not sufficient. The Portfolio Committee has expressed its concern that due to the budget cuts, the department will have budgetary pressures in respect of the payments for municipal property rates in 2022-2023. The compensation of employees comprises of 37% of the department's budget for the 2022-2023 financial year. While the committee noted that the targets for EPWP are set by the national effort by the Provincial Department of Public Works in ensuring progress on EPWP with limited funding to meet prescribed targets is highly commended. The committee would continue to monitor all the departmental activities and operations as they are in line with those of the committee's priorities. The committee was very much encouraged by the high level of workmanship in various projects during the oversight visit. The ANC, IFP, EFF, ACDP, and the DA supported and adopted the 2022-2023 APP and budget as tabled by the Department of Public Works. In conclusion, Chairperson, may I take this opportunity to thank the MEC for Public Works Portfolio Committee, umfowethu uJomo Sibiya Sotobe, all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the acting HOD, Mr. Majola, and his outstanding team for their determination and cooperation. I wish to further extend our gratitude to the former CFO, Mr. Redfern, for his contribution. Lastly, to the AG's office, Treasury, and KZN legislature support staff. Angazi ukuthi ikomiti lingayini ngaphandle kukaThabi, ngaphandle ko-researcher wethu Dr. ngaphandle kwabo bonke, Thembelani nonke. As the committee, we appreciate kakhulu konke enikwenzayo to support us. You are a very wonderful team. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo, ngiyafisa ukuthi ngiphinde ngisho ukuthi ikomiti lonke liwamkelile umbiko and ikomiti lonke lijabule kakhulu ngokusebenza komnyango. Ngiyathemba noma sebela phambi kweni bazokuveza lokho. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Fraser. We will then proceed, members. The next speaker from the African National Congress is Honorable T.S. Mjali for 9 minutes. Members, we did have a bit of load shedding, but we did not lose anything when Honorable Fraser was on the platform. No, we didn't. Over to you, Honorable Mjani. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, the Premier of the Province, Khuzeni, Honorable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, members of the Executive, honorable members, please receive my warm greetings. Honorable Chair, before I start, allow me to first and foremost send my heartfelt condolences to all the families that have lost their loved ones during the floods as well, which emanates from the storm. May God be with them during these difficult times. We know that it's not easy currently. Some are still looking for their family members, but we hope that in the end they will be found. The recent floods have left our people devastated and in a lot of pains. They do not know what tomorrow holds for them, and if ever they will survive this, be able to get their lives back and stand on their feet again. This has been seen by many of our people who have lost their loved ones and a lot of infrastructure being damaged. However, Honorable Chair, we must tell our people that we are with them, not just by words, but by our actions and through our conduct. Hence, Honorable Chair, we have seen the ANC-led government with its leadership led by the Honorable Premier, Honorable Khuzeni, having been all over the province, being with the affected families and ensuring that they provide the necessary support during these difficult times. Beyond that, our government has already developed a recovery plan that seeks to restore the damaged infrastructure. While we note that in some areas it will take a bit of time, Honorable Chief Whip, with an understanding of the vast damage that had occurred, which require a lot of work that needs to be done. But in other areas, such restoration has been done and been attended to, and we must thank the ANC-led government for that. For we shouldn't be with the people only in good times, but even in difficult times, we should be with them. We should be on the ground. We should not imagine what is happening on the ground, but we should speak practically because of us having been there on the ground. Honorable MEC has tabled the speech on the budget speech for the Department of Public Works. Allow me, Honorable Chair, to reflect precisely, agree with you, Honorable MEC, that we fully agree with you that the significant number of South Africans, especially blacks, have never in the history of their families experienced formal property ownership and its wealth benefits. Hence, black people continue to be significantly underrepresented when it comes to ownership of property. The repurposing of government facilities as a generation of revenue must be specifically tailor-made to benefit our people and create sustainable job opportunities. It is on this basis that we fully support your plan, MEC, to establish the Property Transformation Task Team, which will ensure that those who were previously disadvantaged do benefit. In line with the Honorable Chair, the issue of the accommodation and office accommodation in particular, Honorable Sotobe, we are fully behind you as an ANC in advancing transformation agenda towards ensuring that office accommodation space is not left just for certain few elite who dominate this space and refuse to allow transformation. Those people have a tendency of opposing processes just because they were not successful in the process. Therefore, even though there are no grounds, but just because they are deliberately trying to oppose the transformation agenda, they go as far as lodging disputes to Treasury. At times are even prepared to go to court because they do have money. And you must confront them, Honorable MEC, who are behind you, because no one will deter us in our transformation agenda. The important part of this is that it is just few elite, Honorable MEC, who have seen God-given right that it's only them that are appointed to be able to benefit throughout these processes, no one else but them. And we're happy that you have taken a stance and you are directly confronting this tendency, and it must not left unattended. Honorable Chairperson, the budget allocated, especially for the property rates payments, is very limited, not sufficient. As the result, the department over the years have been experiencing a shortfall. It is on this basis that as part of the DDM, we need to have an intergovernmental intervention which must include national, provincial government and municipalities. This DDM process must ensure that it coordinates better on the interventions that is required by the department. Amongst the challenges that have been observed, which results to shortfalls, but also to the debt that continuously to occur. Some not correct invoices, which some at times not come in time. Obviously understanding that each municipalities, with their right to determine after the evaluation in terms of the rates, they tend not to accept any negotiations that the department has continuously been trying to do in ensuring that at least a certain number of amount or figures is able to be sustained, understanding that the department does not receive or have sufficient money. In order for the Department of Public Works to comfortably ensure the full settlement of all rates debt owed to municipalities in KZN that is paid, the equitable share allocation, at least it requires an increase of between 10 to 12% annually. That being said, honorable members, it becomes important and very critical that in our clear understanding of these rates that needs to be paid, and uploading the eThekwini municipalities, the municipality, as the MEC have said, it should be considered, MEC, that probably as part of our engagement, there should be an engagement that seeks to say, how do we engage all our municipalities to have a certain amount of percentage that is taken off from the rates, especially those that, where they are speaking about schools, hospitals, clinics, and so forth and so on. So it does require us to engage properly with this regard. We must commend you, MEC, that having started responding to the issues of disasters, we've seen you crisscrossing the province in trying to respond to quite a lot of challenges. Indeed, one fellow came in here, started to want to blame the African National Congress, that probably the storm may have came out of the African National Congress. I then realized that, Chief Whip, if this fellow were to lose his wife, probably will still complain and blame it on the African National Congress. I then accepted that we have far greater problems to educate our people. It is on this basis that, as I conclude, I must inform our people that brick by brick, we are building, street by street, village to village, we will bring services, we will bring service delivery. Though we may at times experience difficulties, moments of doubt and uncertainty, we have both the will and the means to rise above the challenges of the present and pursue a better tomorrow for our people. Let me end with the words of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who said, and I quote, open close, "Countrymen, the task ahead is great indeed, and heavy is the responsibility, and it is a noble and glorious challenge," close quote. With those words, we will be with you street by street, brick by brick. We will build again and we will rise again as a province. Thank you, salute.
We will now move to Honorable T.P. Mtetwa of the IFP for 5 minutes. I think she's on the virtual platform.
Infrastructure that was damaged by floods in this province. Honorable Chair, the IFP further acknowledged the allocation of 1.7 billion towards Program 2, responsible for the provision and maintenance of property in the province. We call upon the department to fully let out all unused government properties and vacant land as mentioned in the APP. Additionally, we reiterate our call to the department to ensure that there is security for public buildings that may not yet be occupied, and that these buildings must eventually be fully utilized to avoid wasteful expenditure. This will ensure that public buildings are not hijacked by those who want to acquire property free of charge, and that they are not vandalized. An example of what I'm saying is when you go to public works or want to prepare houses, you find that most of them are occupied non-female procurement for budget if it is serious for control gender equality.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Thank you. Your 5 minutes is up. Our next speaker from the Democratic Alliance is Honorable Z.M. Mwango for 8 minutes. Siyahamba nje lesikhathi ngoba uMnqango akaqali ukudebate.
Cha imask ebambekile kwahle. Hlala ngithi uyangivikela njalo.
Uvikelekile baba uMnqango.
Ngiyabonga sihlala. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, the DA notes the allocated budget of 1.9 billion in all 3 program structures for the Department of Public Works. Honorable Chairperson, from onset, one, we must say, we are concerned that this department, as even Honorable MEC was saying, it's an implementer of choice. But it doesn't look like other departments within this government regard KZN Public Works as an implementer of choice. The DA is concerned that some departments who seem to prefer other implementing agencies over Public Works. We believe that Public Works should be the first choice implementing agents, MEC, by all KZN client departments, mainly because there is a committee that plays oversight over and above departmental committees. The Public Works Portfolio Committee, led by our chairperson, is very active in overseeing all projects assigned to Public Works Department. This is without a doubt make more sense as to why all departments should use Public Works if they are serious about accountability and transparency. It's high time that all departments who prefer to use other agencies at least take this House to confidence on their reasons for not using Public Works. They might have valid reasons, but we would not know until they openly share those reasons with us as members of this House. The MEC must be honest also with this House as to whether this department has a capacity or not to accommodate this department. Kuumbuzo nje lo MEC engifisa umphathiswa as Public Works MEC asicacisele ukuthi ngempela i-department yakhe izokwazi yini ukusebenzisana nama department nokuthi ingani engafuni ukusebenza ne-Department of Public Works. Considering the events of the last 2 years in our province, the first politically motivated July unrest, the failed insurrection, and more recently devastating floods, leaving massive damage to infrastructure, with more than 240 schools damaged by floods. This department will have a vital role to play in rebuilding parts of our province. This will unfortunately come with additional budget pressure. There is no room for any misuse of funds under this department, MEC. I'll quote directly from the Auditor General's report in 2021, the matters raised due to concern of shortfalls in expenditure and consequence management. I quote, effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 430 million as disclosed in Note 31 to annual financial statements as required by Section 38 of PFMA and Treasurer Regulation 9.1.1. I was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who had incurred irregular expenditure as required by Section 38 of PFMA. This was because some investigation into irregular expenditure were not performed, I close quote. This note from AG should concern you, Honorable MEC, and you constantly maintained that you will fight mismanagement of funds in your department, and we hope you will do so. EPWP is without a doubt one of the most important programs that need to be supported as we see increasing unemployment in South Africa, and more especially in KwaZulu-Natal. It might be temporary jobs, but it helps many families to have something on the table, and more importantly, most needed work experience that young graduates require. We understand that during the period of 2021-2022, the department failed to meet its targets due to COVID-19 pandemic and national lockdown. We will appreciate MEC if your department prioritize training young people with necessary skills and training that are on demand and that can help them to be independent business owners. That you can see them MEC after even working from EPWP coming back as contractors, as you also said, you want to empower those who have been previously disadvantaged. We need a system on the MEC or database of all EPWP beneficiaries and keep track of progress in order to see how this program has helped beneficiaries to advance with their careers. The department MEC need to ensure that the transfer of all remaining 293 properties are finalized. We note that only one transfer out of 5 municipalities was finalized and hope the remaining will be finalized. The department failed to assess all 200 state-owned facilities that it planned to assess in 2021-2022 financial year. We hope this time around the department will focus on this issue, as it's important to ensure that the state-owned facilities are in good condition and do not pose danger to our citizens. There are constant delays when acquiring a service provider for this function. The department underspent its 2019-2020 budget by 34 million, mainly in respect to the condition assessment as a result of delays in appointment of a service provider. As such, no condition assessment were conducted of schools in 2019-2020. The process of acquiring professional services was only finalized in August 2021, and there were even appeals that caused delays. It is, however, concerning that the Public Works does not have capacity to do assessment internally and have to outsource such services. This should be a special skill or expertise within the department's technical team, Honorable MEC. MEC, today you committed to reduce the use of consultants, and this should be achieved with the next financial period. Again, how can Public Works be an implementer of choice if there is no internal capacity to execute one of its core functions, thus delaying other department infrastructures, and worst case scenario, having government buildings in use when they pose risk in human life? With the current flood, how does the MEC intend to expedite this process? I hope MEC will also address on that issue. Quoting from the Green Book, the department's baseline increased significantly in 2023 due to additional funds received for property rates, although the amount received does not fully cover the pressure in this regard. The department undertook to prioritization within programs and economic classification. I close quote. As a DA, we welcome this extra allocation, but with concern, there is a shortfall. Honorable Chairperson, the debt Public Works owes to municipalities is not a new issue, but seems to be a problem we continue to face, and truly injustice to municipalities that are hardly have cash flow to operate for its day-to-day activities. We hope MEC will also address the issue of property rates. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mwango. The next speaker, for 6 minutes from the EFF, Honorable NL Mpigaipeli. Mpigaipeli, my apologies. Mpigaipeli. Honorable Mwango, don't disturb the speakers, please.
Ngibingelele sihlalo amalunga ahloniphekile eShamthetho saKwaZulu Natal. Njenge-Economic Freedom Fighters KwaZulu Natal sizoqala ngokubonga umphathiswa walomnyango umhlonishwa uSibiya okhombise ukuzinikela kakhulu kusukela uqalile lo mshophi wezikhukhula kulesifundazwe kusukela ngoMasingana kuze kube yimanje. Njengoba besimbone engumabizo asabele kuzo zonke izinkalo zakulesifundazwe, sithi nje Mhlonishwa Sotobe asikufeli mona, kepha into enhle iyanconywa.
Please do not disturb the speaker. Continue, Honorable Member.
Phezu kokuba sesikuchilo lo konke lokhu, siyathemba Mhlonishwa Sotobe ukuthi wena nomnyango wakho anithengi nje amehlo ethu nawamakhamera abezindaba, kepha kuzokwenzeka njengamagama enkehli kulezo zindawo enithe nafika nathembisa khona usizo. Uma sibuka isabelo zimali sonyaka ka-2022-23 esingu-1.9 billion, kuyasijabulisa ukuthi cishe u-55% waso uzogxila ekulungiseni amabhilidi phecelezi property management, lapho esibala khona ukulungiswa kwengqalasizinda nokuthi lapho abakhahlanyezwe izikhukhula batholelwe umhlaba lapho bezokwakhelwa khona ngokuphuthuma, osekufana njengeBhayibheli lethu njenge-EFF, njengoba sikutsho ngaphandle kokwesaba ukuthi abantu ababuyiselwe umhlaba ngaphandle kwesinxephezelo. Umbuzo esinawo ukuthi njengokuba umhlaba omningi wakuleli lizwe usangena ngaphansi kongxewankulu, njengoba ulinganiselwa ku-72% ongena ngaphansi kwabo, bese kuthi u-4% ungene ngaphansi kwabohlanga, lokhu nizokwenza kanjani ngokuphuthuma? Manje okubalekile ukubona izenzo kunokulalela kakhulu izethembiso. Okubalekile ukuba umnyango uqhamuke namagama ezindawo osuzihlolile njengalezo lapho kuzokwakhiwa khona lezindlu, kunokuba usitshene ngomhlaba ozonikelelwa abakhahlanyezwe izikhukhula okungaze kushaye unyaka ozayo kusakhulunywa into eyodwa. Lo mnyango uphinde wakhipha isamba sika-45 million ophuthumayo esizobhekelela ukuthengwa kwezimoto ezingu-80 zokuthuthwa kwamanzi ezindaweni ezikhungathekile esingabala kuzona eThekwini, oGwini, oThukela naseLembeni. Kusona lesabelo zimali umnyango uzolungisa amabhilidi ahulumeni alimele ngenxa yezikhukhula, uphinde usebenzisane nomnyango wezokuthutha ukwakha kabusha amabhuloho. Njenge-EFF sithi thina asihambisani nokusetshenziswa kwale mali uma kuzophinda kuqashwe onjiniyela bangaphandle, njengoba kunengxenye enkulu yesabelo zimali ezokhokhela abasebenzi bangaphandle phecelezi ama-consultants. Sithi akuqashwe abasebenzi abanesipiliyoni bangaphakathi ukuze umnyango ungazitholi usikhipha imali engaphezulu kwaleyo ebekiwe. Njengoba kwenye yezinkulumo abenayo umphathiswa nabanye ongqongqoshe lapho ebekhala khona ngohlelo lokukhangisa kahulumeni, alifanise nokuthi luyabambezela njengokuba kuthatha isikhathi ngaphambi kokuba abantu baqalise umsebenzi. Umbuzo esinawo ukuthi ibaphi labo bhululu bakhe asebewucuthele lo msebenzi wokuthutha amanzi kulezi moto ezingu-8 ezizothutha amanzi. Asihambisani nohlelo lwamathenda, kepha sithi yonke into mayenzeke ngendlela, kungasetshenziswa isimo esiphuthumayo ukuqashisa inkohlakalo. Njenge-EFF siyasamukela lesabelo zimali, yize sikholelwa ukuthi umnyango wezezimali treasurer ubusungafaka imali enkulu kunalena ukuze kulungiswe ingqalasizinda ibe sesimeni sokwazi ukubhekana nezinhlekelele ezifuze lezi zikhukhula zakamuva. Sitheke uma usuqalile umsebenzi wokulungisa konke makuvele obala, kucace bha okubalwa namagama ezinkampani ezizonikezwa umsebenzi. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you, Honorable Baipeli. Our next speaker is from the National Freedom Party. We do have an apology from Honorable C.M. Shinga. We will then move on to our next speaker from the African National Congress, which is Honorable J.S. Nxumalo, for 9 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson Ndosi. Angisho ukuthi Honorable Mbekayipeli bengithi lempi siyiphelile ngoba manje besakhuluma kahle kodwa manje ngizwa esekhuluma ngobhululu kanti asinabo obhululu asikwazi ke lokho kodwa ke futhi ukukhumbuza umhlonishwa uHonorable Mbekayipeli iloko ukuthi lo mbala kawugqokile umbala wamakomanisi siyacela nje ukuthi imbala yethi ibuye ngoba imele igazi labasebenzi not only eNingizimu Afrika kodwa emhlabeni jikelele. Honorable Chairperson Ndosi, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Ozakwethu, distinguished guests, officials, ladies and gentlemen, ngicela ukunibingelela ekseni. Sanibonani nonke. Let me extend my greetings on behalf of the glorious movement, the African National Congress, that has given us the opportunity to speak and represent it in this august house. Maybe sihlalo hloniphekile, we must begin our input with a brief background. The undisputable fact of history is that the negative impact of many years of apartheid and colonialism remain alive even after 27 years of our democratic dispensation, especially the public infrastructure wherein the exclusively white minority government ensured that the building of public infrastructure was racialized in that the so-called white areas had a better public infrastructure compared to our townships and our rural areas where black people were staying. And as such, Honorable Chairperson, since 1994, the ANC-led government has done a lot to address this apartheid spatial planning with an aim of building human settlements which is integrated, non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic. La kuhlaliswa khona abantu bakithi. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, it is for this above reason that this input will focus on infrastructure development as presented by Honorable MEC Usotobe, isambane esamba umgodi sangawulala. In the Public Works Budget Vote 14, we must, however, indicate that the recent floods experienced in KwaZulu-Natal province were very unfortunate in that they have reversed some of the gains scored by the ANC-led government in the arena of public infrastructure development. We do understand that government will have to reprioritize some of the projects as part of addressing this catastrophe which devastated many communities and families in the province of KwaZulu-Natal and in eThekwini Metro in particular. We therefore, Honorable Chairperson, would like to take this opportunity to also to join millions of our people to extend our heartfelt, deepest condolences to all families who have lost their loved ones, and may their souls rest in peace. Honorable Chairperson, we welcome the budget vote as presented by Honorable MEC Sotobe, and would like to agree that indeed the Department of Public Works, as an implement of choice, did outline a very clear plan on infrastructure revolution for our province. It is indeed encouraging that the Department of Public Works has scored some major victories in this regard. And as such, we congratulate the ANC-led government in general and the Public Works Department in particular for completing 390 capital projects across all districts at a value of 1.1 billion. It's a huge achievement. Honorable Speaker, we supported the decision by the department to address the issue of load shedding for the purposes of ensuring that enough energy is provided through commissioning of 173 out of 207 generators in different public health institutions, including the Road Traffic Inspectorate of the Department of Transport. We must also congratulate the Department of Public Works for maintaining their status of being the implementer of choice, but also for completing the following project for the Department of Education. Amanyeke MEC washilo, for instance, drought electrification, storm damage, water and sanitation, etc. The ANC government achievements Slalo Ohloniphekile confirms that the ANC indeed committed to utilizing infrastructure development to address poverty, unemployment and inequality, as well as know that in the process, jobs are being created and some people are benefiting uku-addressa inhlupheko yabantu bakithi abangasebenzi. Let's also applaud the ANC-led department for constructing the following facilities, as it has been mentioned by the Honorable MEC. For instance, the new schools at Dandi Junior and Gwamia School, the school refurbished 237 clinics, hospitals, and buildings, facilities for our government, which are the state-of-the-art facilities. Siyabonga futhi asipheze sihlalo that the ANC-led department has spent about 104 million rand in addressing the maintenance of 479 government facilities in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And the following projects are about to be completed and handed over, like for instance, Uxolo Primary School, which is a state-of-the-art school, esakhiwayo esisibonile kade senze oversight lapha eKokstad. And also Mzimkhulu Service Office Center, Dandi Laundry, King Edward Upgrade Nursery, Madateni Upgrade, Macord, for instance, an admin block, pharmacy at Catherine Booth Hospital, and other, for instance, facilities. Konke lokhu kumsebenzi omuhle esibona wenziwa ilomnyango oholwa uSotobe. Le misebenzi eyenziwa umnyango ihlanganisa uku-upgradewa kweNyokeni Precinct kanjalo neLembe among others. Lastly, Chairperson, angithathe leli thuba lokuthi sisho njenge-African National Congress ukuthi siyahambisana nesinqumo se-ANC sokuthi kwakhiwe isishayamathetho esisha noma isakhiwo esisha sikahulumeni, the new government provincial precinct, lapho wonke amahhovisi kahulumeni ezoba khona, futhi lokhu kuzokwenza ukuthi izinhlelo zikahulumeni zididiyelwe ndawonye ukuqinisekisa ukuthi izinsiza zifinyelela kalula kubona bonke abantu bakithi bakwaZulu-Natal. And lastly, Chairperson, we, as the ANC, we support the budget as presented by the MEC. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Nxumalo. Our next speaker is from the MF, where we have received an apology from Honorable Taku Rajpansi. After that, we had meant to have a speaker from the ATM, Honorable M.E. Pagati. We've also received an apology from Honorable Pagati. So the next speaker will be from ACDP, Honorable S.E. Manele, for 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, greeting you and all protocol observed. As ACDP, we acknowledge and welcome the budget allocated to the department. We take cognizance that through the program EPW, jobs are created, which is much needed since the huge unemployment rate is a major concern in our province. We also pleading to the department if they can come with a certain method of looking precisely to those people who are the dropouts of grade 12. They formulate a special class of poverty with their children. And if we don't come up with something about them, they will born, live, and die poor. We are so pleased about these 6 schools which is going to benefit from this program. And as a member of the portfolio committee, I know ukuthi what kind of schools are these. Even bengathiwa sisodwa ngonyaka, bengathi uNkulunkulu mkhulu ngendlela ezinhle ngayo nangendlela eyithembisa ngayo. So we are so happy ngalokho okwenziwayo. We know ukuthi public works unendaba enkulu yokubhekana nenhlekelele kade sinayo. Ikole kulungisa ikole nani. But our hope is to you, public works, that you'll be able to take us back to the place where we belong. With these few words, keep up sort of your umsebenzi wakho mos.
Thank you, Honorable Manele. Our next speaker from the IFP is Honorable MJ Mazibugo for 5 minutes. I think he is also on the virtual platform. Honorable Mazibugo, you have muted. Please unmute yourself. Nzim. Askuza Nzim. Thank you.
On behalf of the Kata Freedom Party, I stand to contribute to today's debate with a very heavy heart, just like the Honorable MEC for Public Works, Mr. Kichuba Sibilia. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, what causes a heavy heart is that the Department of Public Works, just like all departments, entities, and the legislature, finds itself having to grapple with crippling budget cuts, which is one of the mechanisms that the national government ordered the country to embark on. As the IFP, we totally support all measures to curb unnecessary expenses. However, our support of such measures does not blind us to the fact that we are in this mess because of a government that wasted billions of taxpayers' money on blind data deployment, fraud, corruption, and state capture, all of which have ruined South Africa, including KwaZulu-Natal and the country is almost bankrupt. But despite this, political short-sightedness caused by blind adherence to the anti-Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi agenda still propels this provincial government through this department to persist, to spend billions of taxpayers' money in building what is called a parliamentary precinct in this city. They persist while they know very well that there are empty parliamentary and government offices which are lying fallow in Luluntu. They are still determined, that is this government, to fulfill the political blunder of 2017 increases almost all over this province. We call this sheer wastefulness. The money wasted in this manner should have instead been rescuing the destitute and the poor of our province. What is a political scandal is that since then, the billions of rands that the government has wasted to rent properties across KwaZulu-Natal have not benefited the poorest of all, who are Africans as well as colored South Africans. Statistics from the Department of Works show that there are 184 lease agreements. 82 of these contracts belong to Indian South Africans and yield 400 million rand. 41 belong to white South Africans. They yield 115 million. Only 15 belong to Africans and they yield only 40 million. The multiracial partners are collecting 79 million rand. Coloreds only have one contract. Regarding government offices in Pietermaritzburg, the investigation has revealed that there are only
Honorable Nzima. Honorable Nzima, the Chief Whip.
Somlomo isukuma ngorul 57A ukuthi umhlonishwa uwantshontshile namaflegi legislature njenge ngawafakile
Hayi. Ngokuthi ungaqhubeka Honorable Nzima. Chief Whip.
The crisis started mainly in 2002 when the Kwazulu government and the legislature decided to make the provincial capital the city of Pietermaritzburg. She calls it a crisis. An end quote. The minister continued, it is a disgrace that in 25 years of democracy there has been no change in the industry. We are not discriminating, but we must acknowledge that Indians and whites are the beneficiaries and
Thank you, Nzima. Your time is up. The next speaker is from the African National Congress, Honorable S.A. Duma. for
Thank you
10
so
minutes.
much, Honorable Chairperson, for affording us this opportunity. Greetings to the Honorable MEC who has just presented the beautiful and progressive budget. We face neither east nor west, we face forward. We just agree with Honorable Sotobe. These were the words of the African giant Kwame Nkrumah made this statement when he was articulating his belief system, which he described as the ideology of a new Africa, independent and absolutely free from imperialism, organized on a continental scale, founded upon the conception of one and united Africa, drawing its strength from modern science and technology and from the traditional African belief that the free development of each is the condition of the free development of all. And I close quote. Honorable Chairperson, for affording us this opportunity, it means that the general feeling of the House, we all agree on the sentiment of these departments. I'm not sure whether, Honorable MEC, you noted almost all the members echo your sentiment that this 1.9 billion is going to be utilized, but we also agree on the sentiment that at least more resources are required. I don't know how would you characterize, it was only one member and who just came before we took the platform who was negative today. I'm not sure whether it was just you could characterize as the marginal error, or when you are doing the research, there is this thing called a confused molecule if you are doing an experiment, because it was only Honorable Mazibuko. In fact, Honorable Sotobe, just note that we appraise your leadership, in particular the role that has been played by our leader, the Chairperson, Honorable Fraser, because this committee, there is so much cordiality amongst us.
We are working as a core because of your two characters. Just know that from now onwards, ensure that you maintain that hegemony and the decorum. So, Honorable Dlaba, thank you for the job well done of knitting this thing. In fact, because we want to tell the truth and not the lies, like Amilcar Cabral, even Honorable Mazibuko is always productive in our engagement. Unfortunately, there is a media today. He must impress. Remember, they are contesting a space of this beautiful precinct. They are worried. They want to add the antithesis of taking this legislature back to Olundi. For me, it would be abnormal that you are still thinking of Lundi in the 2022, the 21st century, but they are still stuck there somewhere. Honorable Chairperson, the Public Works Public Vote has brought hope to millions of indigenous people of this province who, because of colonialism and apartheid system, remained excluded from accessing economic opportunities. The focus on repurposing the department to be a catalytic and entrepreneurship, redistribution of wealth and transformation for the property sector is a breath of fresh air. This is in line with Nkrumah's teaching, Honorable Sotobe, of traditional African belief that the free development of each is the condition for the free development for all. We welcome plans to unlock the value of government properties and the land for the use by the ordinary members of society to drive their own development at the center of all. This is a radical economic transformation, which we must not be shy about it at all material terms, implementing to the base. The policy of the ANC as the governing party. Historically, property was always viewed as the right in South Africa. However, black people were denied access to productive land through the Native Land of 1913 and subsequently discriminatory policy and the legislation. Black people could only own property, nor could they effectively trade on properties. In many cases, land was held in tribal trust, which precluded people living on tribal land from obtaining title deeds. And these days, we have seen a lot of them. There is another complaint, Honorable Sotobe, and it's the collective understanding of our committee. Because you lead two departments, it seems that the sister department, Human Settlements, get more communication PR. And we are complaining about that because we are always on the ground. We are always happy that the MEC is visible. But we must also ensure that we exhaust the same resources when it comes to public works, because you've done a sterling job. Honorable Zwide spoke about Kolo Kolo. You also presented about it. It's just a serious legacy project. We've been to Ekombe as the committee, and we were so impressed. We've seen a lot of these things. And fortunately and unfortunately, Honorable MEC and your head to HOD, you must understand that you'll contest against time. What you did during COVID shows that there is a depth capacity within the departments. And from now onwards, if the project is a 6-month project or 24 months, it must be finished exactly on time, because we ought to see and envisage from now onwards that you are the implementing agent of choice. You've already spoken about other sister departments, and it's something that at a level of strategy, let us be honest, when we have appropriated this 140 billion as a province, the large chunk of infrastructure will be implemented by this department, and something should be done just to consolidate and entice correct environment so that we are all in the same process. Compatriots and honorable members, the ANC has demonstrated through the department that the state resources are being used to usher in a new era of prosperity. The newly constructed and renovated government buildings will strengthen service delivery and improve the quality of life. I have no doubt that many honorable members are looking forward to attending handing over ceremonies of these buildings that we've already spoken about it. In particular, we have noted with a great deal of interest the commitment to ensure that the 3 billion project projected to be spent on behalf of provincial government departments do not become just a figure, but it make an impact in the lives of more than 11 million people across all corners. We heard your statistics, Honorable MEC, and we are glad that you are also emphatic. The province of KwaZulu-Natal, around the latest statistic, indicate that Africans are the majority, but in terms of beneficiations, they are always at the back. Why don't you ensure that out of all these 11 districts, create millionaires? Don't be apologetic about that. Just go. Take, ASC's program is designed to take someone from 1 GP up to 9 GP, and you must just ensure that the accountability that we want. Honorable Chairperson, we do want to hear MECs And we want to commend MECs for the issue of proper audit outcome and then clean and all those things. But no one is just going to consume that. At the end of the day, it is about service delivery. At the end of the day, it is how we have transformed the people's life, in particular the youth of this country. Welcome the fact that the department has a clear focus on ensuring that emerging entrepreneurs such as cooperatives, SMMEs, youth and women-owned business benefit during the rollout of social infrastructure, as we have stated. There are opportunities in the manufacturing sector around the production of steel, bricks, tiles, doors, windows, frames, and so on. These are areas of focus which must be maintained. One of the areas that I must be hastening to mention is that public sector spending on infrastructure, as announced today, will boost investor confidence. And it's part of the generation mission. Honorable MEC Chair, we just have to take that into cognizance. They predicted that the construction industry's growth over the forecast period would be supported by government investment on transport, energy, residential telecommunication and industrial projects. The expert further said the government support towards business and small, medium enterprises was expected to boost business confidence. In view of the prediction of industries experts, we are proud of the fact that few years down the line, the ANC-led government will be counted amongst the significant contributors towards the growth of the construction. We must also highlight, Honorable Chairperson, that MEC with his collective must just ensure we do have professional bodies in the country. We can just mention a few: Association of Construction Project Managers, ACPM, South African Council for Property Valuers Profession, Construction Education Training Authority, South African Quantity Surveyors. Almost all of those professional bodies, we need to ensure that there is a proper transformation. Majority of them are still being led by white males who are so antagonistic towards change. A graduate will come from MUT, DUT, and UKZN, but it will take time for them to have a professional registration process. And unfortunately, if the department like your department is not at the focal area, nothing is going to happen. So let us ensure that we advance all those things. In the recent World Economic Forum discussion, the importance of infrastructure spending as a post-COVID economic recovery method was highlighted. So our support is on those bases that you'll advance that. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, it was indicated that technological advance, sustainable and resilient infrastructure can pave the way for an inclusive post-COVID economic recovery, and that government should ensure the investment go to infrastructure projects that are sustainable, technological advance and resilience, and just ensure that we live currently, in fact, we are going to evolve immediately from the 4th Industrial Revolution to the 5th, because the Asian belt or the Asian tigers are already advanced toward that level. Let us utilize the IT. Let us ensure that we invest more on ICT as a sector to ensure and to boost confidence, but just entice the environment for youth of our province. As I grow towards conclusion, the ANC as a governing party is fully aware that the successful delivery of infrastructure program is dependent on the collaboration with professional bodies in the built industry and other associated. I support the budget. Thank you so much, President.
Thank you, Honorable Duma. Ziphathe kahle nzima. Ngikuprotectile nzima ku Chief Whip, ngicela ungiprotecte nami kuhla. We now are moving to the response by the MEC of Human Settlement and Public Works on the Public Works budget debate. Honorable NM Sibiya for 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I want to thank all members, literally all of them. It's humbling. It's really humbling. We're humbled as the department, representing all the workers in the department, because without all the workforce that we are having in the department, we wouldn't be able to achieve anything. We want to humbly appreciate all the inputs by the members. Everything, literally everything. The support, the criticism, but also the advices. We take them with a good heart, and there are lessons to be learned out of everything that has been said here. We are not taking it for granted. Everything that was said here, we are going to use it to better the work of the department. We are really grateful. I want to start with Honorable Fraser. Thank you, Slalo. We highly appreciate the work that you are doing, leading the Portfolio Committee. Let me just say that the Portfolio Committee, indeed, that we've got a Portfolio Committee of activists. All members of the Portfolio Committee from different political parties, they are literally involved and always give support, give counseling where it's necessary, but also engage us robustly where the need is. So we want to thank you, Chair. It's all because of the leadership you've provided with all the members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you so much for the support. But also all parties supported the APP of the department. Thank you so much once again. Honorable Nchali, we want to agree with you that the support you are giving us in establishing the property task team, indeed, it's going to make a difference in trying to deal with the issue of property management within the department. Thank you for that. The issue of office accommodation and space, you've said it very well. It has to be transformed. We are working on it tirelessly. I must say it's not easy. It's not easy. It's quite a mammoth task, but we are determined and dedicated to it. It needs all of us. But also I said, and we said, we are going to use even those who are the monopoly within the department to help us to transform the sector. Because if we continue leaving them out, they will continue taking a very difficult posture. We want to use them to help us transform the sector. They must be part of transforming the sector. And then the issue of property rates, we agree with the committee and all the members in this legislature. I think it will help that we engage all the municipalities to follow suit as in the eThekwini municipality. It can help the department quite a great deal in trying to reduce the property rates that we are paying. We are paying about R1 billion on property rates. It's amazing. In other provinces, they are paying around 250 million. So it needs all of us. I heard the issue of the storm. Someone came here and said the storm was caused by the African National Congress. I think the ANC is taken too serious now. They are elevating it to another level, where in fact they are, making the ANC and elevating it to God. ANC is not God, but it is big. It's a giant. It is a giant. It didn't create storm. We must be honest. But thank you for elevating ANC to that level. We wouldn't create God the storm affect abantu bakithi. Honorable Nyambose from the IFP, siyabonga mama for the support. We really heard you very well. Thank you so much. We heard you resources. I think all members are in agreement that we need more money in the department. It's very likely it won't be enough. We are in agreement with you that we need to let a majority of unused buildings and pieces of land. I want to make an example to the House that we pay for everything that we have. We pay rates for land that is unused, rates for buildings that we are having. We've got prime land that we can lease out for particular years to private sector. We are not going to sell land. We said we want land and we are not going to sell land. We lease it for a particular period of time to private sector to develop it, generate income, investments, and revenue, but also create employment. We are working towards that. We are working towards the issue of properties. We've got quite a number of unused properties. Others are not used fully. We want to engage private sector to invest in these properties. They can open whatever businesses they can use them for, but we can't allow them just to be there and we continue paying rates for nothing. Let them be used. We hire them out to them, lease them out to them for particular years, but we'll continue owning them. Because we can't be a state that can own properties, that can own land. But we must use it effectively to generate income, revenue generation, and but also job creation and investment. Because it can be a huge investment project and program by Public Works. Public Works must be able to be an investment draw card for this province.
can't be about facilitating tenders. I frown on that. I always reject this thing of thinking public works is about tenders. We must do more than that. The issue of filling of post, we are in agreement. Yes, we are moving towards that, Nyambose. You see, there is an issue of, again, that I must raise it here. The committee knows it. We are moving towards dealing with the issue of the audit of all our properties in the entire province. We've got properties almost in every municipality in the province. Some are illegally occupied, whether by South Africans or by foreign nationals, but they are illegally occupied, even by South Africans. We continue to, I must say it here, we have been paying electricity and water for people who are illegally occupying our own buildings as a state. And that is money going to waste. And we can't continue doing it. That's why we're doing audit for all our properties, so that we pay for what we're supposed to be paying. But in areas like Ulundi, that are in charge of our buildings, killing people because they want to be in charge of our buildings. So the state is going to bite. We're not going to fear anyone. We are going to deal with the issue of properties. Yes, the issue of consultants, we are tirelessly working towards reducing consultants. We are not going to continue having the number of consultants that we're having. Every year we are reducing them. Every year, literally, it's a mandate, and we can't be outside the mandate. We are mandated to do that. But even issues of assessment, I agree. Assessment must be done in-house moving forward. We're establishing a team of engineers and other technical skills that we're having, so that when we need to do assessment, we can't be always outsourcing the issue of assessment. It's the work in progress. We are dealing with it as well. Honorable Mwango, thank you so much. We appreciate the support. We appreciate the words of counseling, the ideas that you have given, the criticism that you have given, fairly so. We take that with good spirit, and we are learning out of what we have said as well. We agree with members, that all members, that they've said that departments must use public works. Honorable Duma went further and asked Public Works, or it's Honorable Mwango, whether Public Works does have capacity to implement. Public Works does have capacity to implement any project. Honorable Duma has made an example that during COVID-19, we went beyond what people would expect from us. It's because there is capacity. Pay us on time now. That's where you will see our capacity. But if you don't pay us on time, the project will stall. The project will delay, because we are unable to pay service providers on time. Service providers need to buy material, need to pay workers, need to do quite a number of things. If we are unable to pay them, if you don't pay us as a sister department, we are not going to pay the service provider. They are not going to continue delivering the project. That's why I'm saying it's going to be like pay as you go now. You pay us, we continue. Don't pay us, we stop. So, but we do have capacity. We can deal with any project. Absolutely. If we need to increase capacity, we'll increase capacity. We also want to make sure that we've got our own capacity within the public works now, where public works must be able to do some small project by itself, and we generate revenue for the department and make money for the department. We can't be a state that can't build anything. We outsource everything. That's why we're building internal capacity. But we are in agreement. Yes, we won't allow any misuse of funds. We won't allow, and we don't have money, there is no money. So there is no money to be misused. We agree, there is no money that must be misused. If we are all crying, if the members are in support that we've got little budget, we can't misuse the little budget that we're having. So we are in agreement with that. Irregular expenditure, yeah, we have taken step, Honorable Mwango. We are rejecting any element of irregular expenditure. We have taken steps. There are cases, there are investigations that are there. There is consequence management implementation that we are continuing with. We are dealing with issues of irregular expenditure. We are not going to allow irregular expenditure to be business as usual. No ways. EPWP, we are in agreement with you, everything. We are going to finalize all transfers. We are going to finalize all transfers. I'm going to talk about this financial year and the last financial year. We spent all our budget. We spent all our budget in the 2021-22 financial year. We spent it in 2020-21. we are spending everything. The issue, Honorable Mpia Ipeli from the EFF, thank you so much. The fighters, we thank the fighters. That's how we must fight. We must fight together. We are one government. We are representing all the people. And thank you so much for the support. We appreciate the acknowledgement of the work that we are doing as the ANC has tasked us. We are delivering that mandate, that we can't let down the organization of the people. We need to make sure that we represent it well and deliver services. And thank you that it's noticeable. Siyabonga. No, we are not buying faces, Honorable Mpia Ipeli. We are genuine about what we are doing. That's why we do it every day. We don't do it based on occasions, what has happened, or during floods, or during a particular moment. We do it every day. We live it. It's what ANC has tasked us to do, and it's what we are going to be. That's why you've already started seeing people being moved into the temporary shelters. They are already staying and sleeping in temporary shelters just right now. You saw it on TV. It's because we are genuine about it. When the president pronounced, when the premier pronounced, we implement. When these members say, this is the direction we must take, you, as you are part of the members of this house, we take that direction, we implement. It's in the interest of our people. The location of land parcels, we will give you the location of land parcels that we have identified to relocate our people. We'll only relocate people who were residing in areas that are in floodplains, in steep hills and everything. But where we can still build, we will continue building houses in those areas where we have done assessment and we believe our geotech says it's still a usable site. We'll do that. Abekho bhululu esinabo kumathenda. Mpika Ipeli, asinabo bhululu asebecothela imali yama water tank. Asikucacise la endlini. Department of Public Works awukanikwa ngisho imali yokwakha anything nokuthenga anything for floods. So we haven't finalized even our reprioritization. There is no money that we have. Let alone ukuthi ngeke sithenge ma water tanker. We are not going to buy or lease any water tank ama-Waterkani. Asikho lapho kulo mkhakha. Akuthina akukho umuntu ocuthile. It's not us. Khona nje lo muntu olida uMpika Ipeli kabi kabi and asithandi kanjalo. Konke kumele kuvele obala. Go to some, you'll see on our website. When we advertise tenders, even if you go to Human Settlements or any, I'm not here for Human Settlements, but you can go to any. We advertise, they are on our website. Whoever will be awarding tenders, we are going to put them on our website. You're going to know. We're not going to hide anything. Abeko bulula bakuthi. Honorable Nxumalo, thank you very much. We fully agree with you. The floods have devastated this province, devastated our people, and they're going to make it difficult for us to do our work because now we need to reprioritize. There are things that were planned, even by the other departments, not only us, because we implement projects from the departments. The departments need to reprioritize now because they've been affected by floods. Even the plans that were there are going to change slightly. It's no longer going to be like what we planned. There is quite a lot of changes that we are going to have. Applauding the ANC in its decision to use infrastructure development to revive the economy. You said it well. ANC decided so well, infrastructure will really revive our economy. Implementing of infrastructure, the delivery of infrastructure will help us in reviving the economy. Building of a new government precinct, I want to link it with what Honorable Mazibuko said. Government precinct is one of the most strategic moves by this province, where you are going to have all government offices and entities in one area. When you've got a person coming from Jozini to Pietermaritzburg for a particular department and is told to go to another, he's no longer going to travel and go home without doing anything. He will move from one door to the other and get everything done in one day. It's about efficiency and speed and nothing else. Unless if you don't understand it, it's how the current world is working. It's how things are done in the entire world. You've got a precinct where everything is located. So this is what this ANC government is doing. Maybe I'll cover that one. But I feel, let me cover the issue of Ulundi as the legislature. It happened under the hands of IFP, by the way. It's the IFP that was running government by then. They were the ruling party in this province, the IFP, in 2002 when the decision was taken. But they must learn to accept the decisions that are taken democratically. The DA and the ANC, even if they were together, but it was democracy in motion. IFP must learn to accept democracy. Up until today, they don't want to accept democracy. That decision was democratically taken. But again, the legislature in Ulundi, the old legislature, it's so small. It was just accommodating a small government of KwaZulu, where government of KwaZulu-Natal accommodating everyone. When you are talking about KwaZulu and talking about NPA, everyone is together now. It's a small legislature, that one. By the way, it's not lying fellow unused. There are departments that are using that legislature. It cannot accommodate all of us, I must tell you. It might have, because they think legislature is just the house. Legislature is not only the house. They think because it's got so many seats, then it can sit all of us. No, that is not what legislature is about. It's not about the house. And there is no agenda to change the history. You can't change history. History is exactly what we have done in 2002 to move legislature from Ulundi to Pietermaritzburg. That is history. That is history. So it's part of history. We don't have an agenda directed to Prince Umntwana Wapindangen. We respect him as a leader and an elder in his own right. But let me say this, but also as a member of the ANC. But also let me say this, Honorable Mazibuko. There is no agenda that is directed to Prince Umntwana Wapindangen. The work that is being done, it's done at the interest of our people of KwaZulu-Natal. Think about Ulundi, Honorable Mazibuko. It was never developed up until today. Even when the legislature was there, it's still underdeveloped. Because even those who wanted it to be the capital seat, they never wanted to develop it. So we must also think about what we did as IFP. What you did as IFP. By then, you failed your people that you were leading. You failed all of us. Then we had to take the decision. But Mangele, thank you so much. We heard you, and the issue of ukusibonga kwakho nokusincoma will continue working by Mangele. Babu Duma, yes, resources are needed. We are in agreement. The marginal error, yes, Honorable Mazibu was a marginal error. There will always be a marginal error. But he's a good comrade. Let me call him a comrade. He's a good comrade. When they put in the portfolio committee, he does well. Indeed, there is media. Grandstanding is always available for anyone if there is media. Working well with the portfolio committee, we agree with you, Honorable Duma. What makes us to work well is because of the support and the relationship we're having with the portfolio committee, all members. It's because of how you counsel us and we subject ourselves to portfolio committee. We respect and subject ourselves to the portfolio committee. We must not be shy when it comes to radical economic transformation. That one is what we are doing and implementing. Radical economic transformation is at the center of our agenda. Just the last 2 minutes, Chair, until Messi. Radical economic transformation is at the center. We continue implementing it.
No Messi.
No
Look at
Messi.
No Messi.
Yes, Honorable Chair, thank you so much. I want to thank the staff that is in the office of the MEC. They've done so well. They've made sure that our work is easy, but also thank everyone as I rush to the graduation of my firstborn today. Thank you so much, members. Thank you to the guests at the top. Thank you.
If looks can kill you, I'll be dead by the looks of my friend Elma. Honorable members, we have come to the end of our debate. Thank you, honorable members, for granting me this chance to chair today. I would like to thank my organization as well for seeing it fit to give me a chance to do so. Thank you to the opposition ngokuziphatha kahle today. I thank you very much, honorable members. Ngiyabonga. I'm giving you an extra minutes for lunch. We finished a bit early, so we can go for lunch and we'll resume at 12:45. Thank you so much.
Saphila nzima. Siglad kakhulu.
12:45, honorable members.
honorable members and guests up there, I welcome you. I welcome all the honorable members and of the legislature and the guests that are invited by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Vote 3. I just hope that we do have the quorum table staff. Okay. We'll now proceed and deal with the debate on vote 3. Honorable members, I further wish to confirm that the budget report 2022-2023 of the Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee has been tabled in terms of the visual roles. So now I just want to proceed with the debate. The MEC who will be doing the report for agriculture and rural development on agriculture and rural development budget, Honorable B.N. Setole has got 45 minutes. Over to you. If we can just keep time, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Swartboy Ntombela. Angibingelele kusomlomo wendlu umhlonishwa uBoyce, usekela somlomo wendlu umhlonishwa uMthembu, undunankulu wesifundazwe sakithi KwaZulu-Natal, umhlonishwa uS Zikalala, amalunga onke Executive Council yaKwaZulu-Natal. Ngibingelele kubahlonishwa bonke amalunga ahloniphekile alendlu yesishamthetho kwisifundazwe sakithi KwaZulu-Natal, khuleke ebukhosini bakithi kwindlu enkulu kaZulu, amakhosi onke asendlunkulu eholwa inkosi uChiliza ongusihlalo wendlu, abayezelizwi abefundisi abakhona benkolo ngokwahlukana kwazo, ama-stakeholders ethu, ama-officials ethu akhona e-department kakhulukazi kuyona engizoma ngayo la, ngizothula uhlahlo lwabiwomali lwayo yakwa-agriculture iholwa umnumzane uSibande oyinhloko yomnyango ehamba no-CFO, nabo bonke abakhona abavela emnyangweni wezolimo nokuthuthukiswa komphakathi wasemakhaya, amakhansela, izmeya, osomlomo, ama-stakeholders wonke ethu. Ngiyathanda ukubalula ukuba khona kwama-veterans ethu ka-African National Congress ephakathi kwethu, siyabonga nabo bonke ama-stakeholders ethu akhona, abahlali nabakheli balendawo yakithi nesifundazwe sakithi KwaZulu-Natal. Ngiyathanda ukubabingelela ilapho abasicoshela izindaba. Ngibingelele bonke abakhona abathamele lenkulumo ekhuluma ngohlahlo lwabiwomali lomnyango wezolimo kanye nokuthuthukiswa komphakathi wasemakhaya. Labo abakhona ubuqu babo nalabo futhi abathamele ezinkundleni lezi zokuxhumana, njengoba ke lolu hlelo lanamhlanje lubizwa ngokuthi i-hybrid. Honorable Speaker, we are grateful for this opportunity once again to deliver an annual budget speech as KwaZulu-Natal Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, despite the challenges that engulf our beautiful province recently. Honorable Speaker, as we stand here, our hearts are heavy following the recent devastating floods that destroy houses, infrastructure, crops, livestock, and more importantly, that many lives have lost of our people of this province. We extend our sincere condolences to the families that lost their loved one, and also pray that those who are still missing are found and are brought back to their families so that they put their bones in the resting peace. Several homes, including farm dwellers' houses and individual farmers, were damaged. Critically, infrastructure, including roads, communication, agricultural infrastructure, machinery and equipment, various crops such as cane, sugar cane, grains, fruits and vegetable, and livestock, including large and small, and companion animals were also impacted by the flooding. As a caring government, immediately we received news of the floods that wreak havoc in our communities. The Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, dispatched the executive team and the civil servants throughout the affected areas. As I was deployed in Tuzuma and Umzinyati, north of Durban, it was disheartening to see displaced families looking over their washed away houses. They could no longer go to those houses. In some areas, it was painful to see a family member pointing that what was used to be their homestead and is no longer there. Ngiyathanda ke kuba ngisho ukuthi ke nathi njengomnyango wezolimo siholwa umphathiswa wethu wakazwelonke umama uDidiza saphinde sahambela ezinye zama-farmers athintekile lapha endaweni yaseNtshongweni, endaweni yaseCliffdale, oThongathi kanye naseNdwedwe. Siyozibonela ngokwethu isimo esisibonile asenzi ukuba ulale ebusuku ngenxa yokubona ukuhlukumezeka kwabantu nokuhlukumezeka kwezingqalasizinda nomsebenzi wonke othintekile, abanye bagcina bengesenalutho. Entshongweni nje sibe khona umuntu wesifazane osemusha okuyena okhiqizayo lapha osebenza ngeinkukhu. Safika zonke iziluku zakhe zihambile, sikubiza kanjalo ke thina amahoko lawa sithi iluku ngesizulu ngenzela ukuthi abangazi ulimi langapha ke ngakithi kusisho njalo. Ulahlekelwe okuningi, ubenza inkukhu ezilako 5,000 ngesiluku, esinye siphelenya kusho ukuthi ke lezo inkukhu ebezilapho zonke zihambe nemvula zazayongena emfuleni. Kubhlungu kakhulu ukubona abantu abasha bethanda ukubamba iqhaza bese kufika lezi ikhahlamezi zemvula zenze konke lelo themba nethuba bese litholile libuyele emuva noma lishabalala. Malunga hloniphela le ndlu kwesiqoqile ke umbiko nathi njengomnyango wezolimo nokuthuthukiswa kwendawo zasemakhaya ukuba sibone ukuthi ungakanani lo monakalo. Siyafisa ukusho phambi kwale ndlu ukuthi uma siubheka umonakalo owenzekile, uma sithatha ngokwezitshalo ama hectare affectekile awu 5,798 and 89 my correction on that. And we also sihambe sibe neinkukhu nezingulube kanye neinkomo kanye nezimvu ezifile ezilako 30,000 ngokwe-information esesiyiqoqile sibambisene nabalimi. Ama-farmers athintekile awu 56, kanjalo abasebenzi abathintekile abasebenza kuma-farms bawu 589. Ayikho into ebuhlungu njengokufika uthi uyobheka ufarm worker afika athi ukuba uyazi ukuthi nami anginayo indawo yokulala, konke benginakho kumukile lapho ngihlala khona. Ubone ukuthi Nkosi yami kuyadinga ukuthi nabo sibabheke njengomnyango siyakwenza lokho ukuba siqinisekise ukuthi mase senza lolu hlelo lokuvakashela ama-farm nabo abasebenzi basema-farm nabahlali basema-farm sibanikezele ingqalela. Abanye bahanjelwe izindlu, abanye bahanjelwe kwayikona lokho okuncane abakuzamayo ukuziphilisa okuyama izivande zabo kanye nempahla yabo ihambile. Export and import of produce was affected due to the Durban Harbour, which was temporarily closed, including the Durban Fresh Produce Market, affecting shipment and loss of perishable stock. The damage to communication and road infrastructure compounded the situation as our ground officials were delayed to access other farming community. Honorable Speaker, in the midst of the horrible ordeal, we convene a special stakeholder meeting in Durban, where we discuss urgent intervention needed by the sector to guard against food insecurity. Thus far, we received data from various farmers' organizations throughout the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We also appreciate the input from our stakeholders, which has enabled us to have a clear picture of the situation on the ground. The impact of the loss of nutrient, pests, and diseases has resulted in the decline of produce quality and yield, including loss of income. The ripple effects of this disaster in the food system could be a rise in the food prices in the sector, as the sector is still reeling from the shock of the July unrest and December torrential rains. Honorable Speaker, we have indicated earlier that the National Minister was here and we have visited KwaZulu-Natal to see how devastated, and the steering committee was formed that is led by DDG Dlamini and the DG of the department nationally, and the team has been doing the sterling job in compiling all the information and also assessing how much it's going to cost us in dealing with this in short term, medium term and long term. Honorable members, our budget speech is inspired by the positive attitude of our people, particularly in deep rural areas who have shown interest in the agricultural sector. I have met with different people who have told me how enthusiastic they are about changing the tide in the agricultural sector. We deliver this speech whilst being mindful of the plight of our workers during the Workers' Month. We stand with the employees who are still today working on very appalling working conditions and who are still struggling for a better salaries. We express our gratitude to all workers of the world who continue to fight for better wages and improved conditions. We are in solidarity with the workers. In the department, I have witnessed dedication from our staff who have served with diligence from 10 years to 30 years. We are planning to honor them in a long service awards ceremony which are to be held soon. Honorable members, our theme for the financial year is the Year of Livestock. We have seen the potential of developing rural economy through livestock. Hence, the 2022-23 financial year has been deemed as the year of developing rural economy through livestock. Madam Speaker, it is imperative that we pause and reflect on what has been achieved from the commitment we have made to this House in the previous financial year 2021-22. Madam Speaker, it is imperative that we pause. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I am pleased to announce that the department's turnaround strategy is yielding positive results. Overall aim of the strategy was to improve the department's systems of internal controls and governance in order to make the institution more efficient and effective in fulfilling its mandate. The strategy has 4 critical focus areas: governance and AG audit improvement, service delivery improvement, strengthening institutional capacity. When we talk about improving the audit outcome, we are delighted to report to the improvement of the department, hence registered as on the AG audit outcome. Members will recall the history of this department come from when it was regularly qualified for internal controls deficiencies. For the second year in a row, we have been able to obtain a successive unqualified AG audit outcome in 2021 and also in 2020, 2021 and also in 2022 financial years. These outcomes confirm the success of the turnaround strategy that we are implementing since 2019. The department is working towards achieving a clean audit outcome. The department is pleased about the milestone obtained in its journey through the implementation of the turnaround programs. The image of the department and the service delivery record is improving as more farmers and other citizen groups experience improved service offerings. Recently, the department has won several awards from the Premier Service Excellence Awards. The department has awarded with gold on the category of Best Communication Team during the national lockdown and Best Public Service Innovator of the Year, which was won by Leslie from the Soil Science section. At the outbreak of coronavirus, the department utilized its laboratory to produce sanitizer and distributed those for use by other government departments and the farming community as part of its contribution to the COVID-19 response.
Furthermore, agricultural sector was declared as an essential service. The department distributed relief fund for farmers to support continued food production, and the department's communication team ensure coherent messaging for farmers. It is thus humbling that these efforts are recognized by these awards. The department also has 2 winners on the silver category. Jeffrey Malevu from Amachuba District Office as the Best Frontline Service Delivery Employee of the Year, and Nonsikelelo Matabela from King Cetshwayo District on the Best Implemented Project of the Year. Additional, Sietemba Kunene from King Cetshwayo District received a certificate of commendation on the Best Implemented Project of the Year. On the category of the Best General Worker of the Year, Busani Mtia from Ilembe District Office won a bronze. These awards build on what has become a proud tradition in the department, with several of its components and employees winning provincial and national recognition of service excellence. Department was able to improve its expenditure from 99.93% in 2021 to 99.96% of the budget in 21-22 financial year. The department's expenditure improved considerably, resulting in department's under expenditure decrease from 98.6 million in 2019-2020 to 17.1 million in 2021 and down to 1 million in 21-22. In 2018-2019, the under expenditure was 264.4 million, which shows there has been a massive expenditure improvement in the past 3 years. The improved expenditure management is a result of the tightening expenditure control, risk management, as well as reduced irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. When we enhance human capacity, the department has ensured that critical executive posts that had acting incumbents were filled promptly. Some recent appointments include the appointment of Deputy Director General, Agricultural Development Services, Chief Director, Human Resource Management, Director Engineering, and District Director Umkanyagute. Furthermore, 10 senior management positions have been advertised and will be filled in this financial year. On the bursary, internship and learnership, creating a pool of critical and scarce skills remaining an area of focus in the department's strategic agenda. In the year 2021 and 2022, the department has supported a total of 51 youth with full bursaries in the following field: veterinary service science, agribusiness, agronomy, animal and poultry, agricultural economies, agricultural engineering, agricultural management, plant pathology, animal science, biological science, and animal health, to mention a few. For 2022-2023, the department is awarding 9 bursaries in the hard-to-fill position within the scarce skills category. The department has appointed 142 graduates into the internship program running for 24 months until the end of 2022-23 financial year. 116 learners have been enrolled in the department's plant production and animal production learnership. In his State of the Nation address, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa identified agriculture as having the potential to generate large-scale employment, particularly in the citrus, table and dried grape, subtropical fruit, avocado, berry and nuts industries, and said that the master plan for the sugar and poultry industries were already contributing to increased investment, improved production and transformation. Indeed, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, has
given us marching orders, and we are ready to oblige. Honorable members, there is no doubt that agricultural production remains a key contributor to the South African economy and a means for the livelihood for the majority of our rural population. Sustained agricultural growth is critical for uplifting the living standard of all South Africans. The grain value chain. Indeed, honorable members, in order to sustain agricultural growth, the department is committed to implementing the sector commodity approach strategy. To demonstrate this commitment in the 2022-23 financial year, the department is planning to support 10,136 grain producers and will be assisting farmers to cultivate 28,320 hectares with food production compared to the 21,394 hectares cultivated in the previous financial year. In the 21-22 financial year, a cumulative total of 6,441 producers were supported in the grain commodity value chain, against a target of 5,631. I'm certain that the members of this House will attest that there is growth in this department. In the medium term, the department will restructure support to grain producers in line with the Grain Silo Agri-Hubs program. On food security, honorable members, according the latest General Household Survey 2020 by Statistics SA, household and individual vulnerable to hunger increased slightly compared to the previous period to 10.8% and 11.6% respectively. Furthermore, 16.8% of KwaZulu-Natal households consider their access to food as inadequate, although this represents a slight decrease from 17.5% in 2019. There was a notable increase in the number of households with inadequate food access reported in the period of 2020. Beyond supporting individual and community to grow own food for subsistence, the department has a suite of interventions aimed at smallholders and commercial producers. Last year, we made an undertaking to this House that the department will bring into operation the Makatini nursery and build new mega nurseries at Dundee and Sedari research stations as government seed production initiative. I am pleased to announce that to this House that during the past season, the Makatini nursery produced 70,000 seedlings for the farmers around Umkhanyakude district. A total of 30 graduates were employed to support seedling production. The structure designed for nursery at Dundee and Sedari have been completed, and the construction will start in the 2022-23 financial year. The primary objective of the agronomic seed and mega nurseries is to reduce the dependence on outsourcing for the supply of seeds and seedlings. Under the agronomic seeds program, in the previous financial year, the department managed to harvest 3.63 tons of maize and distributed to farmers who planted 145 hectares. The farmers will harvest at least an estimate of 580 tons of maize. Bean seed harvested for 7.7 tons and distributed to the farmers who planted 93 hectares of beans. The farmers will harvest at least 139.5 tons of beans. In the current planting season, 20 hectares of maize and 40 hectares of beans have planted for seed multiplication. Accordingly, 120 tons of maize seeds and 100 tons of beans seed will be harvested to support the cultivation of 4,800 hectares of maize and 1,332 hectares of beans in the current financial year planting season. In order to ensure successful implementation of the seed multiplication program, the department has created 108 job opportunities for the youth at Dundee, Kokstad, and Makatini research stations. Furthermore, 8 candidate scientists will be employed to provide support in running the program. Last year, the department's food security intervention program successfully supported 21,315 households with food production initiative. To ensure stability in food security for these households, the department to support a further 18,071 subsistence farmers and 3,958 smallholders producers in the 2022 to 23 financial year. The department continued to provide extensional technical information and support to small-scale farmers, communities, and emerging farmers. We have strengthened the extension recovery program by employing 31 contract agricultural advisors for the period of 3 years. Under land care, the department has implemented a project amounting to 37 million rand in 21-22 financial year, creating over 970 EPWP jobs opportunities and rehabilitated 4,400 hectares of land. In the current financial year, the department will rehabilitate an additional 4,400 hectares of agricultural land, which is estimated to create over 880 EPWP job opportunities. Livestock value chain. Honorable Chair, in my previous budget speech, I declared 21-22 as the year of livestock. We are pleased to report that we have successfully implemented a total of 48 livestock value chain projects at a total of 10.3 million. We supported over 1,651 producers in the red meat commodity value chain with provision of feed, veterinary services, fence material, breeding stock extensions, and advisory services and other forms of technical support. Department also conducted 13 rural livestock auction sales across the province, where more than 1,800 animals were sold, earning over 13 million in payment to farmers. 2022-23 financial year, the department is planning to support a total of 28 livestock value chain projects constituting of 13 beef commodity projects, 9 piggery commodity project, 1 goat commodity project, and 5 poultry commodity project. A total of approximately 104 million has been set aside for the implementation of these projects. Livestock Association, honorable members, the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal has officially launched the revitalization of Livestock Association in our province. The department is currently implementing ward livestock committees in municipalities throughout the province to improve infrastructure, livestock services, and commodities. Department will be conducting local and district roadshow, engaging livestock farmers to take a lead in the management and maintenance of infrastructure constructed in their respective areas. These management will be used to also promote keeping of livestock for marketing purpose and ensuring thriving rural livestock industry. Commercialization of goat farming. Honorable members, as a department, we are concerned that out of 1.7 million goats that are sold in KwaZulu-Natal, only 600,000 comes from the province. In most occasions, we depend on neighboring countries like Namibia, Lesotho, and Mozambique with the supply of goats. To increase goat production in the province, we have set aside 3 million for remedies and protective clothing. 5 million was allocated in 21-22 to start the pilot project in the 5 districts, which is namely Umkhanyakude, Umzinyathi, Uthukela, King Cetshwayo, and Zululand. Honorable Chairperson, the primary objective of the goat program is to preserve the culture of goat farming and also to ensure that goat meat is available in the province. In the last financial year, we committed to implement a communal beef improvement program in order to improve the genetic potential of the communal beef herd through the introduction of artificial insemination and follow up bulls with superior genetics. The department commenced the implementation of this program at Umzimkulu under Herigwala district. Animals were collected from different tanks within the district and were screened to ensure that they meet the program requirement. A total of 178 animals and 78 beneficiaries participated in the program. The selected beef heifers from the communal farmers were moved to the feedlot where they were flushed and synchronized to prepare for the artificial insemination. After the insemination, they were followed by bulls for natural mating. Animals are in the process of being returned back to the beneficiaries, and they have all been diagnosed pregnant, which is meat zonke 178 meat. Thank you. Honorable members, last year we made an undertaking to construct shredding sheds in Herigwala district in support of the promising communal-driven wool industry in Umzimkulu. Accordingly, 2 sheds have been completed and the other 4 are currently in construction. Department supported 13 wool growers association with shearing equipment in the 21-22 financial year. As a result of this support, Wool Growers Association are able to timeously share and supply wool to buyers. Over 345 smallholders, producers with over 24,281 stock of sheep stand to benefit from the department's wool improvement interventions, and this has a potential to generate 16.9 million in revenue for the rural communities. 2021 financial year, 58 agricultural infrastructure projects were established, while 9 agricultural infrastructure were rehabilitated. A total of 351 kilometers were fenced for agricultural purposes. In 2022-23 financial year, the department is planning to establish 45 agricultural infrastructure projects and rehabilitate 10 agricultural infrastructure projects, including constructing a total of 250 kilometers of fence for agricultural purposes. Honorable members, in 2021, the department invested more than 20 million in the surface draining for the Makatini irrigation scheme. This current financial year, an additional of 6.5 million will be injected to the project. On the rehabilitation of 1 kilometer irrigation canal at Makatini irrigation scheme, the department has spent more than 10 million in the previous financial year. We have engaged the Department of Water and Sanitation to intervene on the matter of the canal services as a bulk water supply. During the Makatini irrigation, the ADA will continue to provide water services to Makatini farmers through Umjindi irrigation scheme. As part of the improving water provision, there are other plans to undertake the following key projects. Continue with the rehabilitation of the irrigation canal, rehabilitation of pump sets at Makatini irrigation scheme. In the rehabilitation of Makatini pump station, more than 6 million was invested in the previous financial year, and further 2.2 million will be allocated to the current financial year. That will create over 56 job opportunities. The establishment of agri-hubs, I'm pleased to announce that, as promised in the last financial year, that the department has completed the planning phase, which includes the identification of site, geotech analysis, environmental impact assessment, and consultation with public and private sector. I'm pleased to announce that the department has already begun to to begin the environmental impact assessments processes of all agri-hubs and will, during the financial year 2022-23, the department will be focusing in conducting relevant studies, including public participation, which is intending to commence the bulk infrastructure of agri-hubs, and 30 million has been set aside for this purpose. One of the focus area in the implementation of agri-hubs during the financial year 2022-23 is the finalization of resources mobilization phase and conclusion of contract and MOU with public or private partners. In this phase entails engagement with local and international interested funders and investors in the development of and operation of agri-hubs. In his State of the Nation of the Province address, the Honorable Premier S. Zigalala said, I quote, "The red meat hub is going to be located in Zululand District Municipality, while the wool, skin and hide treatment facility will be located in Utugela District Municipality. The white meat hub will be located in the border of eThekwini and Umgungundlovu. The dairy hub will be located in Herikwala District, and the fresh produce hub in King Cetshwayo, and the green hub in the Amajuba District Municipality," close quote. Lokhu kusitshengisa ngokusobala ke ukuthi singuhulumeni waKwaZulu Natal sizimisele ukusebenza ngokukhulu ukuzikhandla ukuguqula izimpilo zabantu bakithi. Asset transfer to DART. We are pleased to report to this House that Honorable Chairperson, that the Radical Agrarian Socio-Economic Transformation Program has officially been moved from Department of ATIA to Department of Agriculture as of the 1st of April 2022. This move is the fulfillment of the decision by the KZN Executive Council to move the program to DART with full resources. The rationale of the decision is to align the program with the farmer support program for full benefit of the KwaZulu-Natal farmers that supply fresh produce to this RASET and expansion of opportunities in the value chain. RASET is now housed under the Program 3, Rural Development within the department with the budget. Well, in regard to the hemp and cannabis, which is the favorite subject, bahlonishwa, production, siyafuna ukuthi ke sihlalo sisho kule ndlu ukuthi siyazi ukuthi abantu bakithi bayibheke ngamehlo abovu ukuba lemboni ishintshwe iguqulwe yenza isiqiniseko sokuthi iyazimitha izidingo zabo, futhi sifuna ukuthi babe ingxenye yazo. I-master plan ke as guided by upresident iyenziwa ku-nationally, nathi siyingxenye ye-steering committee esenza lo msebenzi. Maduzane ke sizobe sesiletha umbiko through i-committee size siwuletheke kwi-house. Ukusupportwa kwabantu besifazane, which we call the vulnerable group, which is the youth, women, youth and people with disability and veterans. Department recognized, and also we have supported with an amount of 26.1 million and supported about 230 vulnerable group projects constituting of 113 that are owned by women and 83 are owned by youth and 34 by disabled people. Unemployed agricultural graduates program, department, honorable members, continue to do an excellent work on the placement of unemployed graduates in the commercial land reform farms and different agricultural enterprise in order to gain vital work experience. This will include, but is not limited to, the experiential training and on-farm mentorship. We are going to have we have placed about 340 of these graduates to the farms, and they are yielding the results. Veterinary service, the department has made a provision of remedies for livestock and animal health, and with a total amount of 50 million. For this amount is increased from the 2 million that we previously reported in this meeting. Foot and mouth disease, honorable members, in May 2021, the first case was reported in Umtubatuba local municipality in a deep tank called Nkonkoni, and subsequently the minister declared that area as a disease management area in KwaZulu-Natal. We have been seen going around educating our people and also vaccinating cattle in our province. We are still managing it, and we are certain that our work is yielding the result, and we have over 40,000 cattle that has been vaccinated. As we know that we have said in this house that we are going to turn our agricultural research centers to centers of excellence, and also deal with the fourth industrial smart agriculture. Honorable members, since the world has gone to the fourth industrial revolution, it has been compelling for agriculture also to venture in the fourth industrial smart agriculture. I am pleased also to announce that the stride has been made in line with the fourth industrial smart agriculture. Department is currently developing systems to apply strategic development technologies, innovative mechanism, and it will be empower, develop skill, emerging and smallholders farmers into precision farmers that produce significant agricultural produce. Honorable Chair in the House, Sedar and Owen Sitole Agricultural Colleges, we acknowledge that the current farmers are aging, and there is a serious need to introduce new, young, and fresh farmers into the sector, which is why our colleges are ensuring that there is a contingency plan within the sector to take over the baton from the older generation farmers through the younger graduates and farmers. Honorable Chair and the House, want also to report on the soil fertility research. We have had unpredictable weather pattern during the last 3 years, which necessitated us as government to develop a strategy on climate change. In response to climate change, the department is increasing its investment in research, and in particular to adaptive conservation agricultural research. This research is specific to KwaZulu-Natal agro-ecological zones in development of new soil fertility testing methods. Research areas of focus illustrate the impact of conservation agriculture on the strategy on carbon sequestration, soil health and conservation. Establishment of early morning farmers, that is in line with our RASET being on a part of us, and kulo mkhakha sitheke sizoqinisekisa ukuthi ke siyawaqhuba ama early morning farmers market ukuqinisekisa ukuthi yonke imikhiqizo ayipheleli kubakhiqizi kodwa iyahamba iswe imakethe uba iyothengiswa bese sikwazi ukuthi nabantu bakwaZulu-Natal bakwazi ukuzi-accessa. Angizuqhubeka ke ngifunde ke ngodaba labantu esoba supporter. We are having about 200 women esizoba supporter in relation to that in all 11 districts. We are going to have these early morning farmers market each month. Shuthi ke njalo ngenyanga soba nawo lama markets. Mentorship program, a total of 37 agricultural projects has been part of the department's mentorship program for 21-22 financial year.
Sorry, Honorable MEC. May I remind members in the gallery that you are not allowed to clap hands, please. You are not allowed to clap hands. It's only the members of the legislature that are allowed to clap hands because they are protected by the rules of this house. Thank you.
I was in mentorship program. Most of these projects were from the youth 22 women cooperative, 3 disabled, and 11 youth enterprise, and 1 male-owned, and 4 male-owned enterprises were supported with a total amount of 3.7, and we have put aside in all districts for the period of 36 months. It's a period of mentorship that we are going to embark on, and it's going to be linked also to RASET, and certainly that will yield the result of seeing those projects being given access to other retailers such as Spar and Boxer. On the rural agro-industrialization, honorable members, the rural industrialization, particularly for youth, has never been explored. In the spirit of localization, we will develop plans to create local rural industries to produce common products required by farmers. The products to be explored will include animal feed manufacturing, barbed wire manufacturing, and pole manufacturing. Sizoyinikeza ke abantu abasha endaweni zasemakhaya ukuze imboni zasemakhaya nathi njengo-agriculture siyenze ukuba kube khona esikufakayo okumhlomulo ukushintsha ukuba umnotho walezo indawo ube ngcono kunakuqala. Agri-Business Development Agency yethu as an entity, nayo ibe nomsebenzi omningi esiwenzile, kwaba nabantu esibasizile kuma-project wabo, kune project elaphaya ePenimari, vegetable project ebase emvoti near Umuden, siyisupportile-ke, isupported through UADA, and the reason why we have decided to continue with this, to support this project with machinery and equipment in this financial year so that we see it standing on its own. That is 100% owned by women, which is youth, and it also had people with disability. Honorable Chair, may I take 5 minutes of my time? I'm about to finish from the response. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Beef enterprise on our quest.
I'll allow you to take 5 minutes, Honorable MEC, but please, musuhambisa lo 5 minutes. Musuhambisa lo 5 minutes Zoe. Qala phansi. But we are going to deduct these 5 minutes at the end of the debate.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, in the financial year 2022 to 23, the agents will support a total of 15 commodity enterprises with infrastructure, production input stock, equipment and breeding stock. These will include beef, poultry, goats, vegetable and blueberry enterprises. In our quest to stimulate the beef industry, the agents will support 4 beef enterprise. Azobela phaya eMgungundlovu, eZululand, need to name the few, and also we are going to give them the feed. It's a CCC's cooperative is having about 4,615 hectares of beef grazing land, and nayo izosupportwa uqinisekisa ukuthi ke kwenziwa i-feedlot lapha. Sheep production will continue with doing that, and also we have ama project that we have supported, which are youth owned and women owned in Umgungundlovu area, and they are doing well. On the goat, as I have indicated earlier on, will continue. Also on the poultry, will continue as we have said, and we are planning to have 10,000 layer product capacity, automated cages, loko ke kuzokwenziwa ke through UADA. Horticulture and crop production agents also will deal with that, and also an agent will develop the first blueberry export facility in KwaZulu-Natal as catalytic project based in Umgungundlovu, and it's a smile to us a right direction. Mentorship and capacity building initiative, we are here to say that we have partnered with AgriSeta, agency yona eslidayo lapho on dealing with short skills, mentorship, placement of graduate. Those are the causes that are going to hone our farmers to be able to deal with such produce that they are doing as we are supporting them. That is going to be commercial and those that are not commercial. Market access, as we have discussed, and we are also ready also to assist. In Tingwe, we are going to bring a report which is finalizing what actually is happening in Tingwe, and we are going to round up in Tingwe and ensure so ke ikhona ke lapha emaphaketheni in Tingwe ngizo senginawo ama-order ke lana ke HOD no acting CEO bathe ama members njalo ngenyanga ngilethe amabhokisi bazothenga ngoba bathe nje babeqala ukubona amaphek bathi ikhona intingo ngase ngibona ukuthi senginayo imarket nama honorable members I would urge ukuthi ke nithatha amabhokisi ibhokisi niyodayisa ngasemakhaya ngama constituents wenu yinina imarket yethu yokuqala ke support us and we are going to close that and then ensure that we develop that. I hear honorable chair present budget agriculture before this August House. The budget is structured in this manner. Program 1 is having 692,934,000. Program 2, agricultural development services is 1.7 billion. Program 3 is 84.4 million. And the total of our budget for this financial year, which is 2022 to 23, is 2,490,556,000. That is the amount that we are presenting. I want to conclude by saying that we are delighted that our turnaround strategy, which was implemented during the first year in office, is now bearing fruits. And siyabona kakhulu lokho kwenzeka sifisa ukubonga kakhulu kumbutho wesizwe osinikele lithuba lokuba siuhole le department. Sibonge kundunankulu kanye namalunga wonke executive council ngesupport abasinika yona masiza phambi kwabo kanjalo sibonga amakomiti kakhulukazi ikomiti la agriculture and rural development eliholwa umama usaphethe ukuba lisi support kanye namalunga onke namakomiti wonke sisebenza nawo kwi legislature iscopa ifinance guidance ne leadership enisinika yona. We want to say thank you. I want also to thank the department led by Baba Usbande na wonke ama officials department for the work that they are doing. Ngibonge ama stakeholder esisebenza nawo ayo yonke ama commodities indlela abasebenza ngayo nangendlela ukuthi masibasizile asebeyiphatha ngayo imali nokwenza umsebenzi kuba ubonakala. Lokho kuzokwenza ukuba siyilwiseke impi yobupha nokungabi khona kwamathuba omsebenzi nokungalingani esizweni sakithi. Ngifisa ukubonga ke kakhulu ngibonga uNkulunkulu nje ongiphelela ithuba lokuthi ngikwazi ukuma kulomnyango ngize ngifike kulesi sikhathi engifika kusona ngizothula lolu hlahlo lwabiyomali lika 22-23. Sengigcina ke ngibonga umndeni wami ngibonge nomyeni wami ngesupport abanginika yona ekhaya ngoba bengeke ngikwazi ukwenza lo msebenzi bengangesekile. Ngithi ke ngiyabonga kakhulu nakunina amalunga ngakho konke ngithi ningayiphezi ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable NSC. On the speaker's notes, we have on the speaker's list we have got the next speaker, who is the chairperson of Agriculture and Rural Development. She is going to table the report of the committee. Her name is Honorable N.N. Sibidla for 10 minutes. You have got 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Executive Council present, honorable members of the House, invited guests, and those that are watching these proceedings through various media platforms. Molweni, Sanbonani, Dumelang, good afternoon. Honorable Chairperson, I'm presenting this report on behalf of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development as guided by various pieces of legislation, including the standing rules of this August House. Honorable members, as we table this report, we are reminded of the recent catastrophic floods that visited our province last month. These floods caused an enormous destruction to life and livelihoods of the people of our province. We would like to extend our condolences to all those who lost their loved ones. Sithatha lelithuba ukudlulisa amazwi enduduzo kubo bonke abathe balahlekelwa zizihlobo nezelamani zabo ngenxa yalezi zikhukhula. Sithi akuhlanga lungehliyo thuthuzelekani. Sihlalo siyayithola imbiko nsuku zonke ukuthi kusekhona labo abangekazitholi izihlobo zabo ukuthi zashona kuphi kuze kube namhlanje. Nakubo sithi ningalahli ithemba, siyathemba izinhlelo ezikhona zikahulumeni kazwelonke nowesifundazwe ukuthi ziyokwazi ukuthi zinisize ekugcineni nigcineni watholile amathambo wenu niwabeke kwindawo efanele. Siyaqonda kakhulu ukuthi lokhu kuyinkinga enkulu ekakhulukazi ukuthi bantu ukuthi singalazi ithambo ukuthi lilele kuphi. Ngakho ke lezi zinhlelo ezikhona zikahulumeni uma ziqhubeka zikwazi ukuthi zilekelele, siyathemba ukuthi zizoncedisa to find closure. Malunga hloniphekileyo, the agricultural sector was also severely affected by these floods. Thousands of hectares of farmland were damaged. Livestock was washed away. Road infrastructure leading to farms and connecting farms was also destroyed. In many cases, Honorable Chairperson, or in many areas where I visited, endwedwe kwamaphumulo emzwabantu, sizibonile ukuthi lezi zikhukhula zikhoze idamage engakanani. Kwakubuhlungu sibukele abantu bethwele ukudla kwezingulube bengakwazi ukungena ngenxa yokuthi izindlela zilimele. Abantu abagade izingulube kwakufanele ukuthi balayishe 100 kg emqolo behambisa ukudla. Into ke leyo ebuhlungu kakhulu. Le eGreytown eMuden ubaba laphaya walahlekelwa zinkomo ezo9 ezahamba ngamanzi ngosuku nje olulodwa. So kube inkinga kakhulu kumkhakha lo wethu. Somlomo mhlali ngaphambili nizokhumbula ukuthi aqala ukuthi kwaZulu Natal kube nezikhukhula ezifana nalezi. Nizokhumbula ukuthi ngo2018 sike saba nayo inkinga yezimvula ezimandla zalimaza uhlelo lokulima kwesifundazwe sethu. Na ngo2020 sibuye sathola imvula ezinkulu ngesikhathi esingafanele nalapho futhi sadala umonakalo kwezolimo. Honorable Chairperson, the South African Weather Services reported that parts of our province during that period yezikhukhula received between 200 millimeters and 400 millimeters of rain. This, Honorable Chairperson, is something that has never happened in the recent history, especially during the month of April. It can only mean one thing, that climate change is here. And we need to strengthen our mitigation and adaptation efforts so that we can save all lives on earth. Honorable Chairperson, we are also told by the experts that lezi mvula esizitholileyo la kwaZulu Natal sekuzoba insakavukela ngokuqhubeka kokuhamba kweminyaka. Ngakho ke kufanele sibe nezinhlelo eziqondile zokwenza isiqinisekiso sokuthi uma lezi mvula zifika abantu bakithi baphephile, ezolimo nokudla kuvikelekile. Honorable Chairperson, the committee scrutinized the APP and budget of the department and its entities using the tools of the public sector oversight model. The first draft of the APP and budget was presented to the committee in November 2021, and the committee held a stakeholder engagement in Umhlabuyalingana local municipality on the 8th of December 2021. The final draft of the department APP 2022-2023 and budget was tabled on the 5th of April 2022 and was unanimously adopted by all parties present in the meeting. Honorable Chairperson, in our stakeholder meeting, farmers raised a number of issues zibhekise emnyangweni. Kodwa ke ngizobala ezimbalwa. Ubaba laphaya uK Mjoli walaphaya eMhlabuyalingana wacela ukuthi umnyango uqinise izinhlelo ze-monitoring kuma projects that are funded by a department. Basola ukuthi MEC kunamanye ama-projects that are funded uthola ukuthi akukho lutho kodwa phansi. So bacela umnyango uqinise izinhlelo. Kanti ubaba uZakhele yena wacela ukuthi umnyango wandise izinhlelo zokulekelela abalimi ngaphansi komasipala waseMhlabuyalingana. Unkosazana noZipho Mngomezulu wacela ukuthi sishaya umthetho silekelela abantu besifazane kule ndawo yaseMkhanyakude ukuthi nabo bakwazi ukuthola amalungelo omhlaba ngaphandle kokuncikiswa kubantu besilisa. Sihlalo emva kwezingxoxo ezijulile zekomiti ngalolu hlelo lwedepartment lwalo nyaka sivumelene ukuthi sinxuse umnyango ukuthi usinikeze lembiko elandelayo ngayo inyanga kaMeyi. We are requesting the department to submit a report before the end of May 2022 on how the transfer of the 2 agricultural colleges to the Department of Higher Education will impact on skills development programs that are offered by these colleges. We are worried that maybe the standardization at the national level can have a negative impact on the programs that are offered for our farmers. We are also requesting a report, Honorable MEC, on how you are planning to recapitalize in Tingwe Tea Estate. This matter has been on our table for a number of years, and we want to really finalize the discussions around this matter. The third one, we are requesting MEC that your department through ADA submit a clear turnaround strategy with timelines for Makhathini flats. Asikwazi ukuthi nathi njengoba sesibangaka singaze sibe ezigrey sikhuluma udaba lwaseMakhathini. Enye Honorable Chairperson, sicela undunankulu wesifundazwe sethu ukuthi akhulumisane nozakwabo ku national ukuthi la kulesi sifundazwe sakithi ku establishwe a proper and bigger foot and mouth quarantine facility so that we avoid the impact of this disease in our economy. We are also requesting the Honorable MEC to improve the allocations for research and development in the next financial year. We believe that agriculture is a science-led department, therefore research should be funded adequately. Honorable Chairperson, okokugcina, we ask the Honorable Speaker through you to allocate more time and resources for us to be able to scrutinize kahle ama-APPs and budgets that are presented by the departments to the committee. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the MEC, Honorable Sithole Mloyi, as well as the officials of the department led by the HOD, Sibande, for putting systems in place to deal with chronic management challenges in the department. The committee, Honorable MEC, is impressed with the improvements on spending patterns as well as the audit findings by the AG. Lastly, Honorable Chairperson, ngicela ukubonga amalunga committee that we have a team of dedicated and forever ready honorable members to execute their duties. We even work on weekends in this committee. And sibonga kakhulu kwi-support esitholayo, kwi-support kuma-officials, our researchers, coordinator, bonke abasi lekelelayo ukuthi sikwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wethu kahle. Siyabonga kakhulu ngomsebenzi enwenzayo. Sicela niqhubeke kanjalo. Ndiyabulela kakhulu sihlalo.
Enkosi siyabulela nathi sihlalo. And the next speaker, who is going to be the first speaker to debate agriculture and rural development, is Honorable MC Fraser of the ANC. You have 10 minutes, Honorable Fraser.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Premier and your executive, honorable members. Ngiyabingelela kakhulu kwi-gallery yethu engibona kukhona abantu engibahlonipha ngendlela eyisimanga, ama-veterans. Honorable Chairperson, we are pleased with this opportunity to affirm our support to this budget vote, which we believe is progressive and is in line with the electoral mandate that the citizens of KwaZulu-Natal entrusted to this sixth administration. The MEC, as a deployee of the ANC, has demonstrated the commitment of her department to ensure that we all move towards attaining key tenets of the Freedom Charter. There is a long road ahead, but at least we have made a giant leap. Also, Chair, the ANC as the leader of the society believes that stakeholders are a critical partner in ensuring service delivery. We salute the MEC, Usithole Mloyi, practical in that regard. As a portfolio committee, we have witnessed the improvement of the department under the current leadership. We have noted the improvements in expenditure management and on the service delivery front to the department, which is an indication of the positive outcomes of the turnaround in the department. The Gold Premier of the province recently awarded gold awards to the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development on the categories for the best communication team during national lockdown and best public service innovator of the year from the Soil Science Laboratory section, which started producing sanitizers during the COVID-19 lockdown, distributed to farmers and farm dwellers. The department was also recognized with silver awards on the best frontline service delivery employee of the year and best implemented project of the year. This shows that the good work done by the department to help communities is being noticed. The ANC-led government is committed to building a capable ethical developmental state as per priority number 1 of the medium-term strategic framework. In the past, the department has had a critical problem of ineffective systems and systematic decline of governance controls. We witnessed the department getting 3 qualified AG audit outcomes from 2016-17, 2017-18, 2018 and 19, until the tide turned when the turnaround was introduced. From 2019-2020 and 2021-2021, the department has achieved unqualified audit outcomes. This is evidence that the interventions that have been introduced are starting to bear results. As a committee looking at the affairs of the department, we still want to see an even bigger improvement and not regression. One of the important areas that as a committee we have been pushing for the department to address is the issue of under-expenditure. South Africa and KwaZulu-Natal in particular is grappling with the historical problem of poverty, persistent inequality and record of high unemployment. Our country is the most unfortunate global tech, as the most unequal country in the world, according to the World Bank. That is why we are emphatic that departments cannot afford to squander public funds or return them to national fiscus. As a result, we are noting with some appreciation that the department, which in 2018-2019 had under expenditure of 264 million, was able to reduce that to 98 million. In 2019-2020 to 17 million. Then in 2021 and now it has less than 1 million under expenditure in 2021-2022. Kuyabonakala kakhulu sihlalo ukuthi department isebenza ngokukhulu ukuzikhandla and kuyabonakala ukuthi imali department eyinikezwayo iyayisebenzisa ngokufanelekile ngendlela efanele. Siyancoma kakhulu lokho siyikomiti. Honorable Chair, indeed, this is a story of transformation, an indication that there is a work being done to manage public funds better, but also improve the service delivery of mechanization, farmer support, veterinary services, land care, research and training, to mention the few. When we engage with the department in the upcoming, in the coming year, Honorable MEC and your management, we hope not to speak about issues of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Siyazicela kakhulu siyikomiti ukuthi lezo indaba akube yindaba esingeke sisazixoxa. That must be a thing of the past. We want to focus on service delivery, which is helping the smallholder farmers, our poor communities that are food insecure, farm workers and farm dwellers whose churn is threatened. That is what the African National Congress has sent us here to do. To ensure that the most vulnerable in our society are protected and are also empowered. After all, we are a caring and progressive movement. Sifuna ukubuyisa ithemba kubantu bakithi. Sibona sengathi department izokwazi kusilekelela ukuthi sifinyelele kuleyo nhloso. Sinciphise ububha, sinciphise indlala, sibuyise ithemba, sakhe umnotho ngezolimo. Siyafisa sihlale ukuthi sisho ukuthi indlela i-department ephethe ngayo izimali iyancomeka kakhulu. Siyafisa futhi ukuthi sisho ukuthi nalapho sihamba khona siyikomiti siyathola ukuthi abantu bayasinikeza ukuthi kwenzakalani njengoba bebhizi bezibandakanya nezolimo. Siyafisa ukuthi ukukhuluma kwethu nokuphasisa kwethu isabelo zimali namhlanje kuqhubekise umsebenzi omuhle esiubona i-department eholwa umama uBongi Sithole Mloyi ethunywe uKhongolose iqhubeke ibasize abantu ngoba babukeka besanelisekile. Ingakho ke sihlalo ngimela namhlanje ngokuthunywa u-African National Congress ngiqinisekisa ukuthi siyayisupport ibudget. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Siyabulela, Honorable Fraser. The next speaker to debate is an IFP member, Honorable TJ Gumede, for 15 minutes.
This debate takes place in a very difficult time facing our community. The extent of the damage caused by the floods in KwaZulu-Natal is enormous. It will certainly lead to the higher food prices. Food scarcity, starvation, and poverty will be the second name to the lower income groups, aggravated by an alarmingly high unemployment rate. Established and emerging farmers in the district of eThekwini, Mgondo, Ilembe, Ugu and Kinjojwayo were the most affected and have suffered millions in loss. In a sector that is so difficult to ensure, urgent action is needed to avoid agricultural job losses, to improve food production and infrastructure repairs. Sugarcane and macadamia nut farmers alone suffered damages worth more than 222 million to floods. Hundreds of hectares of sugarcane were washed away when hillsides slided. Some farms are up to date still inaccessible due to roads and bridges collapse. And these people will need a relief of some kind to rescue them. Looking again into the numbers of unemployment in this province, IFP is convinced that substance farming and small-scale farmers must not be ignored. They must have a share in this budget. Here we talk about people of Otsuluti and Skabelele, Kanyabudu, who lost all their crops and livestock such as goats. We talk about Tanyoma Kaban, a small-scale farmer living in Teben who feel defeated after losing her stock of 20,500 chickens during the flooding of her two small farms. Honorable Chair, these attempts are not insured. Have not estimated her loss to start from scratch. People of Otobuti, Kebelele, and Talamaka represent many across the brighter range of this province who are not fortunate to be mentioned here. The damage caused by the floods demonstrated how fragile the agricultural sector is and the importance of the department to extensively research preventative measures as the climate change and its consequences is becoming increasingly apparent. Over the next 50 years, according to the scientists, it's predicted that most of South Africa will be more hotter and more dry, worsening the droughts already existing in the areas of importance in food production. The importance of the department to vigorously deal with the issues of maintenance and underperforming officials cannot be mentioned. The issue of marketing flats, where maintenance is so frustrating, does not help identify market, does not help KZN food security. The department must develop economic notes and identify market corridors. To some farmers, this is a double blow as they are trying to recover from the December storms, which caused a plus minus 43.2 million worth of damaged crops. These will have long-term ramifications affecting both the local and export agricultural inputs. Therefore, the reduction of the 2.4 billion rand from the 2022-23 budget allocation does not speak to the existing and added problems in the sector. The MEC is metaphorically told to go employ a professional soccer game without soccer boots. The agricultural sector is now more critical to the economic development of the rural areas and the country as a whole. It has the potential of raising rural income and building local economies as well as ensuring sufficient production of affordable food. For years, IP has been advocating self-help self-reliance. This is the time to take heed of the call. Engage all stakeholders, including using Muna, because they are just down there with the people that we sometimes forget about, for educational purposes and dissemination of information. On March last year, the department imposed a ban on the movement of the livestock in Kenya with the Zululand and Kingston district. Although there were no clear awareness programs communicated to the communities, nonetheless, we are so happy and we commend the department for the control of the foot and mouth disease. Ingatheni kulele sizwe ikhathazekile ngokwehla ngo-1.9% kwemali elekelela abantu ukuthi bathoswe okuncane emnothweni ebizwa ngokuthi i-EPWP conditional grant futhi ingafakwa eminyakeni emibili ezayo 2023-24, 2024-25 ngonyaka wezimali. Lokhu kumsishintshwa wezimali koshiya kakhulu abampofu bengazi ukuthi bazoxoshana. Our concern about the culture of understanding in this department will automatically be the thing of the past, because our MEC, you can see that she's trying it, but she must put on the officials. We hope, because with the multitude of these expected work and such budget cuts, there will be no room for understanding. Vacant posts affect the performance of the department. We implore the MEC, Honorable Story, to appoint competent individuals. The MEC must appoint an independent body to be in charge of shortlisting, interviewing, and making recommendations. This will take care of the appointment of any politically favored yet incompetent individual. In the midst of budget cuts, KZN looks forward to receiving billions of rand in a fund from the National Treasury and donors responding to the catastrophic floods. We, as the official opposition in this House, will be watching with an eagle eye as to how the funds are being administered. There must be no tolerance for the abuse of public funds. Procurement, which is always the root of the evil, must be cost-effective and fair. There must be no room for corruption, no room for mismanagement or fraud pandemic procurement. We demand transparency and accountability as the projects are costed, implemented, and how resources are being deployed from the beginning. Please, amakhamuzi zinkampani ezixosha imisebenzi kodwa zibe zirejistwe izolo. Athi umuntu eseqashiwe senomsebenzi kanti usaqedela ukurejistra because they will always be incompetent. I must remind this the ruling party that they should be worried that since the disaster strike in KZN, the most burning public debate has been around fears that the much needed financial resources will be misappropriated. And I believe in you, and I know you won't play into anyone's expectations. Rest assured, the IFE will be strengthening the oversight visit on various projects to prevent abuse of power and public money under the national state of disaster. We will investigate every company awarded these tenders. In conclusion, Madam Chair, we commend the improvement and performance of this department compared to the previous years. However, we are displeased with the irregular expenditure and lack of consequence management against officials who get away without facing disciplinary measures for their poor management of the department's funds and failure to adhere to financial regulations. In the interest of our people who need help from this department for their survival, the IP supports the budget. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Kumete. May I remind members who debate or speak, who get in these debates visually, to please use the KZN banner. Just put the KZN banner behind. I just want to remind you of the fact of that because the speaker has emphasized on that. The next speaker to debate is a DA member, Honorable E. Rep, for 8 minutes.
Good afternoon, Hlalo, my fellow honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. As you may be aware, I'm relatively new to the portfolio of agriculture and rural development and can honestly say that over the past few months I've learned a great deal. Core functions of the department: food security, farmer development, veterinary services, rural development and governance. Unfortunately, the very first thing I learned was that this department is used as a cash cow. Something money is thrown at without giving serious consideration as to whether the money can or will be managed appropriately and responsibly. M.S. Swaminathan said, and I quote, "If agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right." Close quote. This is where our survival as humanity starts and ends. There can surely be no doubt that agriculture should be a critical priority for every government. So why can't this government get it right? Underspending. If one looks at the trend of underspending within this department, it is little wonder why our budget is cut year after year. Let me share this picture with you. In 2017-18, the department underspent by 164.279 million. 72.479 million of that was for conditional grants. In 2018-19, the department underspent by 264.4 million. 97.912 million of that was for conditional grants. In 2019-20, the department underspent by 98.648 million. 77.197 million of that was for conditional grants. In 2020-21, the department underspent by 17.151 million. 16.940 million of that was for conditional grants. In 2021-22, the department is projecting to fully spend its budget. If this happens, I suggest you watch your heads for flying pigs. vacant posts. It seems that this department is not exempt from the illness of critical vacant posts not being filled. It begs the question, how does any department function effectively without filling all vacancies? In 2019-20, there were 80 vacant posts. In 2020-21, there was 194. And although the department now has only 107 vacant posts, which is a slight reduction, they are so critical to inner workings of the department that they truly cannot be delayed any further. The department is to endure massive cuts in compensation of employees over the MTEF, with it being 162.769 million, 233.399 million, and 287.582 million respectively. Had the department not taken so long to fill the vacancies over the years, there wouldn't be a need for us to be talking about the financial risk to the department today in this respect. Impact on the sector through COVID-19, July 2021 riots and the recent floods. Just like every other sector, agriculture and rural development was severely impacted. The pandemic exacerbated the need for food security, and due to this, the department revitalized the One Home, One Garden program. Whilst this program's goal is amicable, it is a recycled program with nothing new to add. We still don't know how many households have benefited from this program, nor how much was spent on it. It looks like another failed attempt by government to remain relevant in the eyes of communities. I'm concerned about the very little assistance our sugarcane farmers have received during all the devastating occurrences these past 2 years. It's a known fact that most of the sugarcane comes from KwaZulu-Natal. So if this industry faces challenges, it ultimately means that the entire country will be affected. I'm not sure how much more these producers can endure. Surely we should be doing more to assist them. Research. This is a critical unit within the department, but given the outbreak of foot and mouth disease in the Umkhanyakude district, one is left to wonder whether this unit is capable of delivering on its mandate. The negative impact of FMD on the livestock research plans to expand trials on the feedlotting of beef cattle and address production constraints and inefficiencies faced by beef farmers is of grave concern. Equally so, not having sufficient state veterinarians in the province has enabled the FMD outbreak to grow and move exponentially, so much so that it has spread outside of the province. The department must take serious proactive measures now before it's too late. Ntingwe tea. When it comes to Ntingwe tea, we are not flogging the proverbial dead horse. No, we're flogging a decaying horse. The big question is why? According to the Auditor General's report since 2019-20 to 2020-21, the department has approved and transferred a total of approximately 13.8 million for ADA to resuscitate activities at the Ntingwe tea estate. In total, it is estimated that the government has spent approximately 135 million on the estate, with 2 different turnaround strategies which have not materialized. Currently, in the 2021 financial year, a 3rd turnaround strategy, i.e. Ntingwe Resuscitation Plan dated 31 July 2020, of 5 years requiring a further 100 million is being implemented. Let's not forget to mention that financial statements have not been submitted by Ntingwe tea since 2015. To this day, the MEC and her department has failed to respond to my questions regarding Ntingwe tea's so-called resuscitation plan. Again, I ask why. Why is there no transparency here? Mjindi farming. The Portfolio Committee recently did oversight at Mjindi in the Makatini flats. The only possible solution to this irrigation scheme working is to literally start afresh. There is no way this scheme can be salvaged with the current infrastructural issues and political interference by the communities themselves. This is such a pity because if government had managed this properly from the very beginning, it would have brought about substantial economic growth for our province. But it is unfortunately another example of a failed state, and it certainly seems as though there's no political will to take a stand here and do what is right for the province and for its people. I will be back, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker to debate is an EFF member, Honourable N. Baipeni, for 9 minutes.
Greetings, Honorable Chair, honorable members. In the province of KZN, we are still mourning the death of those we lost to the pandemic, which sees numerous new cases added to the stats every day. The KZN floods also wreaked havoc, and so many of our people losing entire families and members of families to the raging waters. Our deepest condolences and heartfelt sympathies are with the families of those loved ones were lost in this terrible disaster. These floods, as well as the COVID pandemic, has taken a huge toll on our beloved province. Thousands of our people are being housed in churches, community halls, and anywhere they can find a space. They rely on the donations of kind-hearted people like the EFF Commander-in-Chief, Honorable Julius Silomalema, to provide them with the dignity they deserve as sons and daughters of the soil. These people have been abandoned by this government who want to deal with land on the terms of our oppressors. Our people died and are homeless because of heartless decision of this government to deal with land according to the instruction of our oppressors. The EFF will never subscribe to this or will negotiate with anybody. We want the land and it is ours. The failure of this department to acquire and allocate land to the Black Child forced them to build on riverbanks and on floodplains, where they and their families were swept away like trash by raging water in April 2022. They were doomed to this fate by this captured government who do not have the courage to expropriate land without compensation so that our people can live with honor and dignity in their land, their country, whom their fathers gave their blood and very lives for. To add insult to their injury, they are now unable to feed themselves by growing basic food crops to survive. The agricultural sector has been particularly hard hit in these floods. Crops that feed the nation and played an important part in the economy were lost. Farmers have suffered huge losses and are battled to recover start again. In particular, is this small-scale farmer who feeds himself and his village and doesn't have the luxury of farming his own land and affording insurance to cover his losses. Why? Because this captured government has no courage to go against their masters to provide land for the masses who vote for them at every election. It is time our people had a mindset change and voted against this government. KwaZulu-Natal is one of the main livestock farming areas in South Africa. The province has a total of 6.5 million hectares of land for farming purposes, of which 82% is situated for extensive livestock production and 18% is for arable farming. Much of this farmland is now rotting with vegetation and carcasses of animals that succumbed to the waters. It will take a long time for the land to recover. What are the measures that this department has instituted to help the black farmer in this regard? The majority of Africans will be dependent on farming for decades to come. Workshops teaching scarce skills in agriculture, in particular crop rotation and prevention of erosion. Crop rotation, the proper use of machines are badly needed. This workshop will be highly beneficial if it is held in every district. Many farmers are still using the old ways of farming and are not making full and productive use of the land. This department must stop wasting so much money on administration and nonsensical projects like EPWP, which essentially are just excuses to give jobs to ANC cadres who put up election posters and do menial jobs for the organization. It is time that the department use their budget effectively to create proper jobs that help our people benefit from this sector, instructors, technicians, professionally, farmers, etc. Saying that you are helping 100 of so graduates from thousands of unemployed graduates is nothing more than a smoke screen and a very embarrassing attempt to mislead our people into thinking or believing that you actually care about them and want to uplift their lives and the lives of their families in the way that you use the budget allocated to you. Your officials in the department play God and confiscate land owned by historical disadvantaged black families and reallocate this land to their friends and families or the highest bidder. This corruption is nothing new. It has been going on for decades, yet there has been no steps taken to rectify these criminal activities by criminal members of the department. The cries of our people are silenced by these employees, and they have no other resource but to die a slow and painful death as they watch their family land being developed and having structures erected on it, making it almost impossible to reclaim because it's now tied up in colonial bureaucracy. Can you hear the cries of the black child, Honorable MEC? These are your children whom you have thrown to the wolves. Our people have no water, yet dams and canals are owned by the white businessmen in Jozini who have security to make sure that our people cannot use the water from those canals and dams. What a disgrace and shame. Our forefathers must be turning in their grave to see their children treated in such an inhuman way that they have to beg and be treated like vermin on their own land for basic things like water. To date, the situation remains in Jozini. When will this department rectify this shameful act it has allowed to go on for 28 years? No, Honorable NEC, you and this department of yours are playing with the lives of our people. I urge you to make drastic changes to the way this department is run, as it is vitally and very necessary tool in the uplifting of the lives of our people, and it is not being used effectively. I thank you, Slal.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thank you for saving us time. You have saved 1 minute. The next speaker to debate is Honorable N.B. Mthethwa of the ANC, who will debate for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, the members of the Executive Committee, the members of the Provincial Legislature, traditionally community, business leadership, ladies and gentlemen, please June 2021, it was announced that the live climate moved animals as well as raw products from climate moved animals is banned from entering Eswatini. Products of climate moved animal origin that have been adequately processed via canning, cooking and pasteurization from all provinces except Limpopo and KZN will be allowed to enter Eswatini. Regulations regarding this importation ban will be adjusted with the changing FMD situation in KwaZulu-Natal. The impact of FMD in the province cannot be measured solely in monetary terms because of the following. One, cattle play a central role in the everyday life, mainly rural people. Two, high proportion of the rural population is dependent on the small-scale farming. Three, the cattle are one of the most marketable commodities at the disposal of rural people. And an active cattle market is a necessity to afford the ability to raise cash as and when required. Cultural activities are not being performed due to movement control measures put in place. Lastly, the pig farmers are not being able to sell their pigs and thus lead to spending more money on buying feed. Honorable Chair, we applaud the provision of ongoing technical support from the national government to the province to control the rapidly spreading disease, a provision of 80,000 doses of vaccines. Ear tax has been provided. The GMA gazetted and declared a provisional intervention and the movement control for veteran visibility patrols, roadblocks, awareness, working with their stakeholders, SARS, RTI, Livestock Association, traditional leaders, and livestock industry. Clinical inspection, assurance, surveillance, and deep tanks. Ongoing biosecurity awareness, vaccination of affected deep tanks, which started on the 16th of March 2022. For the check, which is the branding and ear tag for the check, and the issuing of movement permitting, including the issuing of stock, registered and stock cards to a deep tech committees, and procurement of the veteran consumables and equipment. With those words, Chair, the ANC support the budget vote as presented. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. According to the speakers list, we are supposed to have the next speaker, an NFP member, Honorable C.M. Shinga, who was supposed to debate for 3 minutes. However, we received an apology. We therefore going to move on with the speakers list. The Honorable Honorable S. Thakuraj Bansi, MF member, is going to debate for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable MEC, for your comprehensive report. The NF supports this 2.49 million budget. I thank our dedicated Honorable Chair, Subishka Sakete. The best news is that the RASC program has been transferred from Asia to Java. This will ensure political transparency and engagement in this program which belongs here. The challenge
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up. Your time is up, Honorable Member. Thank you so much. May I give an opportunity to the next member, a member of the ANC, Honorable B.M. Zuma, who will debate for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Premier, the Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal, MEC Stole Moloi, and other MEC members and guests in the gallery. I greet you. Chairperson, household food and nutrition security relies heavily on rural food production, and this contributes substantially to poverty alleviation. Rural development has been the driving force of agriculture and agricultural development in developing countries such as South Africa. Therefore, this means that without rural development, agricultural development will be irrelevant. In order to alleviate this, we must create a shared value system and build an inclusive, thriving, and globally competitive agricultural sector. Chairperson, as this August House, we need to seriously reflect on the impact of the recent floods in the province, especially on agriculture and rural development. Our province is a major producer of agricultural products such as sugar, milk, and poultry, to mention but a few. And this has negatively impacted on food value chain. The socio-economic effects are greatly felt on the cost of food as well as trade. Ngiyathemba nje ukuthi sisonke nje abahlonishwa siyavumelana ukuthi lesi simo senza ukuthi okuya ngasethunjini kubize kakhulu kumbe eqolo kulezi zinsuku. Of great concern is that we have seen the gains that have been made by the ANC-led government through various initiatives being reversed. We want to highlight the impact of the flood to farmers generally, but especially on emerging farmers. As we speak, some of the farmers cannot access their farms due to the fact that roads have been damaged by the floods. Kodwa siyazinqoma kakhulu izinhlelo esizwayo ukuthi zihlongozwa uhulumeni, sicabanga ukuthi zizohamba elide ibanga ukusiza kakhulukazi amaplazi asafufusa. Today, Chairperson, our focus is on Program 3, Rural Development, which provides for rural development coordination and social facilitation functions. We must highlight that KwaZulu-Natal is a rural province, and as such, agricultural development plays a significant role in growing the economy and the creation of jobs. Given the fiscal constraints, we welcome the allocation made towards Vote 3 as announced by the MEC. Consistent with the budget, we want to appreciate funding that has been allocated for Program 3, in that it will enable the department to embark on a number of initiatives. We must appreciate that a number of opportunities have been created for our young people to further education and training, focusing on agriculture and its commodities. We welcome the contribution made by the Unemployed Agriculture Graduates Youth Program through the department. This has seen a number of unemployed graduates being placed in various agricultural initiatives. The graduates under this program have been equipped with the new skills on the management of agronomic seed production operations, thus improving employability and entrepreneurship. Most importantly, These graduates do receive a stipend which contributes significantly to their livelihood. Again, we have learned with great pleasure that more than 300 new graduates will be joining this placement program as announced by the MEC for the 2022-23 financial year. The increase in the MTEF catering the additional graduates during the next financial year is welcome. Honorable Chairperson, we want to applaud the department for initiating the unemployed graduate program and fulfilling the commitment they made. We believe that it does create opportunities for experiential learning and consequently skills development. Soon as the province, we will be seeing great young entrepreneurs which have been developed through this program. Further, we are encouraging that more young people should be enrolled on such program. The injection made towards these 6 research stations, namely Sidara, Dandi, Gokstad, Bartlow, Makatini and Oscar is welcome. We are also noting that the department is intending to implement the agronomic seed program to its full capacity for the 2022 financial year. Again, a huge hectares will be planted in the department's research stations for the seed multiplication. This will include maize, dry beans, groundnuts, potato seeds. Siyakholwa ukuthi lezi zinhlelo zizohlomulisa imiphakathi yakithi ngamakhono ahlukahlukene futhi kuthuthuke nomnotho walesi sifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. We all understand that agri-hubs are the best way to pull together funding, technology and enterprise, lifting our province out of poverty and improve the development trajectory as it addresses food security, raises income and spare demand for other goods and services over time. We are pleased to learn that from the MEC that the environmental impact assessment process for all agri-hubs will continue during the next financial year, and that there is funding that has been set aside for infrastructure development. We were excited to hear that the agriculture hubs will not be centralized, but rather spread across the provincial district, specializing in different aspects of so that all our people of KwaZulu-Natal do benefit. We must say that we believe that agri-hubs will be a solution to access the markets for farmers at various levels. Therefore, it is recommended that the department should work in partnership with tertiary institutions to ensure notable impact. Honorable Chairperson, ANC-led government take matters of empowerment of youth, women, and people with disability very serious. In line with this, we want to welcome the programs that the department has been running through ADA, and also the pronouncement made by the MEC on the allocation that has been set aside to support vulnerable groups during the 2022-2023 financial year. We must concede that the program has not been without challenges. The decrease in the 2021-2022 adjusted appropriation due to slow implementation of projects was noted with concern. Again, the significant cuts which were to be implemented for agri-hubs, mega nurseries, and seed banks ending in 2022-2023 financial year was also worrying. Honorable Chairperson, We believe that the rural safe initiative should be strengthened and to avoid unnecessary tension, and the ANC support this budget. Laba ke abanye ke abade bekhona kwile committee kodwa abakhuluma ngento abazilanda eminyakeni edlule. Funa sibakhumbuze ukuthi sila sikhona ngoba phela bathi befika obaba bomkhulu babo bathatha lelizwe lethu. Sasingekho benza umhlangano ngo-1902 bekhiphela ngaphandle abantu abamnyama. Sasingekho bethatha izwe lethu ngo-1910. Sasingekho ngo-1912 13 bethatha umhlaba wethu. So abangezukhuluma ke basikhumbuze emuva ngoba sibakhumbuze emuva nathi.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member. On the speakers list, we have got ATM member, Honorable M.E. Pagati, who has apologized to debate for 3 minutes, and ACDP member, Honorable S.E. Mangaile. He has also tendered an apology. He was supposed to debate for 3 minutes. And now we are going to move on back to your DAE Mrapa for 4 minutes.
Yo? Okay. Thanks, Chair. Okay, EPWP grant. There is a slight decrease of 1.9% when compared to the previous financial year, which, as we know, is due to the department's failure to spend this grant fully. Another concern is that CASP is increased below the inflationary rate in 2022-23 and 23-24, and will only see a proper increase in 24-25. When it comes to the Elima Letsema grant's dismal increases below inflation for the next 2 years, one must wonder where the government really is concerned about food security, when the entire grant's purpose is to unlock the potential of currently unused land and other assets. For example, there are numerous vacant farms in Harding alone which are owned by the government, and government has done absolutely nothing for years to utilize this land and get it working. Rural safety. Isn't it sad that every week we hear of farmers and their families being brutally attacked or murdered? The very people who are trying to sustain us and are being wiped out. What will it take for people to realize this? The Democratic Alliance will continue to advocate for a specialized unit that will deal decisively with crime affecting our rural communities in the province. Farmers and their farm workers must be prioritized. If we do not do this, we will experience food shortages like we've never seen before. Surely this red flag should have our government sitting up and paying attention. Irregular expenditure. Having had sight of the Provincial Treasury report on the condonation of irregular expenditure dated 31 March 2022, it beggars belief that any of our departments are still functional, or are they? When one looks at the department's submissions for irregular expenditure, transgressions totaling 105,333,324, a further 124 million odd not recommended due to outstanding supporting documentation. The sad part is that another submission was made in March this year for condonation to the tune of 224.7 million. Funny how eyebrows were raised in the beginning of my debate when I said that this department is a cash cow. These figures certainly speak for themselves. As for ADA, I'm not sure how this public entity is actually surviving. A submission for condonation was received amounting to 64.5 million. Here's an interesting fact. This is nearly 1/3 of their entire budget for the year. I must echo my leader here. Where my mayor? May I remind the House of what the former MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, the Honourable Mthembu, had said, and I quote, "One of the major challenges faced by the department are the parasitic networks which have caused major damage. There appear to be visible footprints of a captured department by the parasitic network with strong connections inside the department," close quote. He had even likened the department to a damaged organ which cannot be fixed and in need of a transplant. It seems that this department is captured and are run by untouchables, and until such time as this is dealt with, there is no hope for agriculture and rural development in KZN. Forensic reports. Honourable Chair, we must demand transparency and accountability from this department. To date, the department has failed to release several forensic reports into maladministration, corruption, and procurement irregularities which occurred in this department. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The last speaker to debate today is Honourable S.A. Duma of the ANC. You have got 12 minutes, Honourable Member.
Wey mame, Siyadabuka, Chairperson. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair, for affording us this opportunity once again this afternoon. It has been a lovely afternoon. Thank you, MEC, for this presentation. I think we are all aware that there are scarcity of resources in any way. We've been drumming this point that this department, Honourable Chairperson Sapet has already indicated, for it to be successful, it must be understood as a scientific field. You can't be successful using the primitive method because you're not going to go far, which is why you are saying that at a commanding height, just ensure that you utilize at a thorough level all the expertise that are there in the process. I was told, Honourable Chairperson, that I must just confine myself on ensuring that we redefine 2 minutes and utilize it thoroughly. And because I've been told by my mentor, I will obey slightly, then I'll proceed. Honourable Chair, we had Honourable Rabe, she's saying, it means that she's in her infancy stage. She's debating this department for the first time. But at her developmental level, she has an audacity of saying that this department can be defined as a cash cow. Imagine a baby. The only thing she's learning that she is able to say that a cash cow. Why would she say that? It's because she understood very well that this department at the core is being driven by the white males in particular. So if you are talking about a cash cow, our people, communal farmers, produces almost 65% of the stock that you see, but only 30% of that goes towards the market because the market is being driven and hogged by your colleagues, and you know that very well. Let us give you a practical example of why do you say that this is a cash cow. Go to Kokstad. There is Richard Mingay, who was assigned Honourable MEC to be part of the consultant on the Makoba farm. They've milked that the department to a level of being, they just suck the blood. And you are not saying that because he is one of your colleagues. In fact, I don't know whether you are aware, there is one Gary Porret, also from Kokstad. Honourable Rogers knows him. He deposited 200 million in Panama. He's one amongst commercial farmers in the province who's got a lot of stock. And you can't just come here and say that the department is a cash cow. By whom? Because the fertilizer in this province, we take it overseas. Unfortunately, what we have in terms of seed are only produced by your white counterparts. It means that they are still the dominant factors. MEC, what you must do, you must just understand that you are addressing the imbalance of the past. Because I see as well in your presentation, I don't think you are taking into cognizance that even what you bought for emerging farmers in terms of mechanization, it has been taken off by these floods. How are you going to ensure? Because MEC, through you, Chairperson, lezi mbewu nokulima nento ingasenzeka ibe late njengoba kuzoba khona iwinter nje ezothatha almost 100 days asinalutho ukudla inkomo zabantu labakithi abezobe zikudla le inkukhu ezambile uma ningazibuyisa emva kwa 5 months from now onwards lo muntu will already be taken off the market. Those are the factors that we must do, and unfortunately if we are going to wait for us to appropriate the budget and not act as if we are still in a COVID mode and act as a disaster concept, we're not going to make change. Those are the issues that you must take into cognizance. On the issue of farmer support, Honorable Chairperson, the objective of farmer support program is enable and support transformation of the agriculture sector to actively contribute to economic growth, inclusion, equality, and the creation of decent work. Farmer support also aims at increasing food production through producer support and development initiatives like food security programs and producer support service. We had Honorable Mpai Peli, and I feel bad for Honorable Mpai Peli. At a glance, in fact, she debated Honorable MEC because we were here earlier on debating public works. She was sober, characterized with someone who's part and parcel of the portfolio committee. Later on, unfortunately, she's not part of this portfolio committee. Who sits in this portfolio committee is Honorable Mtetwa. I last saw Honorable Mtetwa in 2021. So he has not participated in this portfolio committee. So he himself does not understand the core component of what should be done. Unfortunately, Honorable Mpai Peli, I don't know whether, I doubt that she wrote that bill because it was uncouth, it was even uncharacteristic of her. The AFF was given a chance in National Assembly, Honorable Chairperson, to vote for the issue of land, because you might even think that the AFF, Honorable Zwide this morning mentioned something about that red, because for us, it's a distortion even to be taking that garment. EFF is trying to be leaning towards the leftist organization, yet at the core, it's just a neoliberal organization. It's a system, in fact. So they are just proxies, whether you say Julius Malema and his proxies and all those things, they will know that they don't understand anything. So when you are serious about the issue of land, just understand we've got 3 spheres of government. If province does not have that jurisdiction, you are barking at a wrong door, unfortunately. Or whoever wrote that thing for you does not understand even the roles and the function. Please just go back to grade R, understand the dynamics of governance. Let's proceed, Honorable Chairperson. Over the past 3 years, the department has achievement improving food security in the province. Households supported with food security initiatives were 23,880 in 1920. Financial year 21,000 in financial year of 2021, and a further 60,000 to 70,000 vulnerable households stand to benefit from the department's initiative of tasks for food production through the department multi-planting season program have been increased over the past 3 years. The department planted 20,988 in year 2019-20, planted 22-20-21, and planted 23,000 hectares in 21-22. In this financial year, the department has a target of 28,000 hectares. In fact, Chair, we must mention that this department at the level of executive, we must comment that is led by a capable woman in the form of Honorable Sithole Moloi. We must just highlight that. At a level of portfolio committee, we have our guru, Honorable Sbidla Sapeta, who's very driven. She's driving a tight ship. And almost in each and every portfolio, you will understand her acumen. We are glad on one component that the MEC is with us on the issue of us taking an oversight role without fear or favor. That's what we must also commend the MEC for, because we do from time to time differ. On the issue of Intingo, for instance, we support you holistic, Honorable MEC, that something should be done and be done urgently, because it is where we are going to create employment. Ungazivumi ke ngisho izimo ezimbi zababi uma sebefuna ukufaka endaweni ezingekho right ubuyele kuthina siyilungisa into yakhona. On producer support services, Honorable Chairperson, 2021-22, the department established 90 agricultural infrastructure, which is an increase of 18% from 62 agricultural infrastructure that was established in 2021. The department has a target of 82 new infrastructure for the financial year. Agricultural infrastructure development is crucial for ensuring a thriving sector, hence the deliberate focus of this government in increasing investment of infrastructure. We must also highlight, Chair, on the issue of market access. Though we are in the 28 years of our democracy, the structural composition of agricultural modes of production remained untransformed because of the rubbish of this world, and continue to be disproportionately and still largely benefit minority groups and you must not feel and sleep well today because of that. Nothing has changed in terms of you contributing positively, but only government and only at the correct proper time that commercial farmers who are white in particular must assist the government. The status quo deplorable perpetuate inequality and underdevelopment of the historical disadvantaged individuals, particularly in rural and township areas. So the issue of monopolies and oligopolies must come closer to assist this process. Historical disadvantaged farmers continue to find it difficult to access available formal market to the produce. We wouldn't do justice if we do not applaud the KZN government for approving Operation Vula program. Honorable MEC, we applauded, I think, when you spoke about the issue of RASET. Just ensure that that bond, it must be given to the proper beneficiaries, our people on communal farmers, our people who are emerging as the farmers. That's the only thing that is going to assist. I want to quickly go, because of time, Chair, on the issue of research. Research conducted within the province of KwaZulu-Natal by Department of Agriculture serves to address agriculture constraint and problem, as well as to present new information and technology. The state seeks to discover solutions that will increase productive and production in livestock and improve crops yields, reduce losses due to disease and insects, develop more efficient equipment and increase overall food quality. Despite the effects of climate change, as part of promoting access to information, the Department of Research findings are made available through publications, the issue of papers, scientific papers, and all those things. We want to drive this point, Honorable Chairperson, MEC. If we ngihlale phansi, iKwaZulu-Natal inawo almost all the resources which is keeping ama fertilizers eShodi. Sinayi urea, sinayi nitrogen. Understand ukuthi yini enza silinde iColorado, silinde iAmerica in particular, ekuyona controller iMaize belt of the world. Ukuthi uma inenkinga ye-fertilize so tshala late as because of that. Let us ensure that lama graduate aba specialize in agriculture, please utilize their strength, utilize technology. Don't be even apologetic to create a hub. Create a department khona kuzoba lula. In fact, leliphuzu libalulekile nakhona ngoba sikwazi ngalisho sihlala ukuthi if ama sales yard singawakhi for abantu bakithi ngeke bakwazi ukuhweba. Ama winners abazohlela efika late eindalini angakwazi ukuthengiswa. Isivuno ngaba amakabishi ngaba amazambane abantu bakithi bohlele belinda imarket ukuthi ingakwazi ukusenza. So I research yaka department fanele silekelele ukuthi yazi ukuthi it is a time for the majority ukuthi bangene into the mainstream. We hope iAgri Hub iyolekelela nakhona ukuthi wonke umkhiqizo oyokhiqizwa abantu bakithi ungathathwa as second and third grade, kodwa kube on first grade unikezwe imali yawo ngoba ziningi kakhulu into ezinyukile. Abantu bakithi ke into yempuphu amafutha bazothola kunzima ukwenza. Siyabonga kakhulu, siyayisupport ibudget. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Duma. Let me take this opportunity and call upon the political head of the department, MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, to respond to the Agriculture and Rural Development debate. Honorable B.N. Sithole Moloi, over to you. You have got 15 minutes.
Angibonge sihlalo kakhulu. Ngithanda ukubonga wonke amalunga e-portfolio committee for the questions and also for the contribution. I-agriculture yindawo ebalulekile. We all agree on that one. I think akungethusi ukuba kube khona amazwi ahlabayo makukhona progress from the side of the African people. Some people get agitated because they see that there is a movement. Manje ke bengitheke ngizoyisho ngelinye ulimi sengithangisha ngesingisi nje kahle polite. Khona ulimi lokuzolisebenzisa ukuthi le mpi ayipheli. Iyaqhubeka. Maka khona umnyakazo wenzekayo on the side of the African people, other people feel agitated and say ukuthi ngeke nilunge, and this is olunga, we are going to make it, and we are going to ensure that the shift are seen and are actually making our people to be proud that they are African people in the African land and they are benefiting out of the land of their forefathers. Sifuna ukwenza nje lokho singachimi. Ngibonge sihlalo we committee Honorable Speaker Sapete. Certainly Honorable Sapete sizoyenza yonke imizamo yokuqinisekisa ukuthi we give a proper strategy and mitigation plan ukusiza labo bantu aba-affectekile ama-flood. We have started and there are amounts that we have pronounced, but also we said, whilst the national has not given any money, because sekhona le msindo yokuthi kuzodliwa imali, ayikho imali esayinikiwe, sisaqoqa ulwazi. So ke ukudla nokungadli does not fit and feature in this at this time. Asikanikwa mali, sisaqoqa information, sisa analyzer, sisa quantify, and until we have done that and the national has given something, we can't be talking about eating and not eating, and posing and not posing, because there's nothing to pose for, because there is no money that has been given to us at this point in time. Whatever we are doing, we are going to deal with it utilizing our internal resources that we have. And ngifuna ukusho ukuthi abaningi abalimi bathintekile ngenxa yokuthi izifuno zabo kusukela ngoDecember ziwashekile and umhlabathi waluza ama nutrients. So we are trying by all means ukuthi sivuselele lokho, utilizing the internal resources and utilizing our seeds as we have addressed this house, saying that we are developing our own seeds and seedlings through our research centers, and we have presented here with how much we have started and how much we have given out. We are going to utilize that also to assist our farmers. Sizoba sizafuna ukuthi bakulekelele ukuthi ke sifisa ukusho ukuthi enye into esingazange siyibike la esiyenzayo ukuba siqinisekise ukuthi nathi siba ne yellow plant, because ama farmers ethu alimalelwe izindlela, access to the market and even access for their inputs to be given to be brought to their farms. Abakwazi ukuthi bafinyelele ngenxa yomgaqo ehlukene phakathi, and we have visited a number of them. It's so painful to see a farmer cannot actually access any goods that are coming out as a production, and also goods that are supposed to come in to do umsebenzi wakhe njengomlimi. Lokho ke kusenze kuba sihlongoza ukuthi ke siyabheka lapha eminyangweni ukuthi akukho yini esingakuthola sithenge nathi eyethi plant uku-assista, ngoba siyazi ukuthi u-DOT noma wenza lo msebenzi kodwa uzowenza thina sigcine ngasemuva ngoba bazobe benga-understand the-impact also ne-agents ye-agricultural sector in relation to access to the market and access to those farms. Sinalolo hlelo-ke sizoluthula kwikomiti ukuthi sagcina senze njani ngoba sibonile ukuthi kunesidingo esikhulu on that side. I-transfer yama-college sizoyiletha i-report, but I want to assure the chairperson and also the committee members and also the house that I have spoken with the Minister waka Higher Education. We are engagement. That's why they halted this year. They're supposed to have taken the colleges this year. And I said to him, you can't until we are clear, because we have seen some of the colleges being collapsed because they were moved from one space to another, and that has made them collapse. We can't afford to lose these colleges because we have seen the impact that they are making in the young lives of our province, and also the contribution that they are making when we train our own people that are having projects and we are supporting. We are training them through these colleges, and we cannot afford to lose them. So ngifuthu ukuthi ngikusho ke lokuthi ke ezinye zezinto ke ezibangela ukuba ingamuvi, and I'm meeting him next week, the minister, so that we talk further on this matter to understand. But in his understanding, it was saying that he wanted also to lift the accreditation of the colleges to be in NQF, because at the moment they are not in NQF level, so they can't be accredited by any university or any higher learning institution further than just having this certificate that we are providing them. So I did understand that, but I said that's not the only thing that we want to discuss. We must go beyond that so that we don't see this going back. Ngama reports ke onke lawa sihlalo wacelayo, certainly, as we have always complied, we'll do so and deal with the matters. And I think asibonge kakhulu ngakho konke sihlalo i-support and everything, and also nokuthi ni support i-APP yethu kanye ne-budget as a committee. Ngibonge kakhulu kumhlonishwa uFraser. Yes, ama systems akhona ayalekelela. We see the movement, and I'm certain ukuthi as members niyabona umahluko ne financial management yethu isi improvile from what it used to be. Ofuna ukuqala ke ngo-2000, that is her problem and his problem or their problem. But Tina, what we know is that I'm in the 6th administration, and this is what is happening. We have turned the tide around, and we have moved from what it used to be a disastrous financial management, and we are now reporting the positive. And besifuna ukusho nje sichaza ukuthi nemali ezekuthiwa fruitless expenditure no irregular, we have moved from what it used to be, and at the moment we're sitting at 16 million, not the amount that Honorable Rabi was saying. We are coming far from that, including issue of under expenditure. We're coming far. And you can see that there is a huge movement. If we can say and stand here say under expenditure, see over less than 1 million, it means that a lot has been done to try and do that. All our internal controls has been put in place and are being monitored and evaluated all the time. And we certainly that we are going to make this province proud that this department is now taking its shape. Angibonge kumhlonishwa uGumede. Ngizwile mhlonishwa ngiyafisa ukwazisa ukuthi le ndlu kanye nabahlonishwa bonke ukuthi udaba lasemkhanya kude lase Othokothi nase Skhemelele akusiyo ukuthi yimvula amaflat. What has happened ukuthi idamu ligcwalile, then they open idamu abaka water and sanitation. What they did, lawo manzi ahambile ayongena emasimini abantu bakithi, and i-Department of Agriculture led by district director immediately intervened, and they went there and assessed, and they are trying to meet and deal with that part. We are going to assist them with the seeds and also with the fertilizer so that they revive whatever has left. And also we have said that we are going to mitigate in the future that when that has to happen, first these people have to be alert, and also a further mitigation strategy must be employed in that area, because iyenzeka ifana nasemnambiti la ufika khona ade kungenaluthi ilanga libalele kuthiwa seliyamuka idolobha. Those are the kind of situation that we find where we are trying to manage the water issues. Ngiyafisa futhi ukusho ukuthi udaba lokuwehlisa kwemali ye-EPWP has a lot to do also with the issues that national, there are some measures awenzayo. He takes the under money and put it for that so that it improve equality yethu yakwa agriculture. Siyabonga kakhulu ke Mngunomnyama ukuthi usilekelele kulokho. Siyazi sibongile futhi nanokuthi usupport umsebenzi. Impela mncane u2 billion, ngcono sesikhuluma ngo2 billion, besikhuluma ngo1 point something billion. Now we are at least we have come to 2 billion. Nakhona u2 billion is nothing. Taking to the work that is supposed to be done by agriculture, kuningi kakhulu ama program that we want to advance, that is going to make abantu bakithi ukuthi babe namathuba omsebenzi, to make abantu bakithi baphume kwi-poverty, and also to deal with the issue of inequalities that we have seen in this sector. Asibonge ke ayisengimphendulile ke udadewethu lapha Honorable Urabi, ngikuphendulile ngasho ukuthi le mpilo eyomnyakazo siyanyakaza ke. I want also to assure you that on One Home, One Garden, we have not failed. The only thing that has made us to be seen to have dealt with that minimally is because of the rains that have washed away the food that were there in the. We have managed, which is from 2019 to this far, we have assisted 60,000 households on One Home, One Garden, because we are able now to account for those assistance. Sifuna ukuthi sikwaziseke siphendule kanjalo kulokho. Asibonge kuNyambose ngo-input yakhe kakhulu, siyabonga futhi siqinisekile ukuthi into ye-employment of animal health care officers izoqhubeka throughout the province, and actually we targeted to employ about 1,100 and odd of animal health officers that are going to assist our deep tanks and also assist with the knowledge and education in relation to the livestock and how to manage it and put them in a healthy situation. I think usihlalo uyihlabe esikhongosini utheke sizofana sikhulume no-national to deal with into ye-quarantine on the side of foot and mouth disease. Sizokwenza njalo ke ngicabanga ukuthi ke noNyambose ukhulume along those lines. Impi ayipheli izophela ke impi ayipheli because land thina we are not allocating land, and it's not part of umsebenzi wethu njenganali ne-Department ka-Agriculture and Rural Development in the province. That is still dealt with by the national, and also ke rural development namanye ama-aspect akhona are reported direct to national. We wish ukuthi ke sisho ukuthi ke sizwile Okunye ke into yama placement of unemployed graduates, we want to say ukuthi noma ningayibukela phansi the 340 inamba enkulu kabi yokusiza every year, and siyafuna ukusho ukuthi abanye baya overlapper. Sithola kade sithe u340 honorable chair, uthola ukuthi khona abanye sebephuma vele sesiya add mhlawumbe si add omunye u40 by that financial year mhlawumbe siza abantu abalabo 400 and odd. Siyafuna ukuthi ke sisho ukuthi abanye babo they go out and become independent and bazisebenzele endaweni lapho abasuke be-identifyile, then i-department iba support ngama implements also as laba sisuke supporta abanye abantu. Siyafuna ukusho ke lokho ukuthi ke silapho ke itiye la sentingo ngiyalazi liyathandwa, but ngifuna ukusho ukuthi hayi leyo ke leyo mpike le ayizuphela, because until we win it, because we want to win that fight. I'm telling the House that because the committee agrees with me, because on their visit they could see the potential of employing people around that area and also contributing to rural economic development in that particular area. And I see imigaqo yasenkandla iyo improve, abantu yama-business asenkandla ayo improve, i-transportation nama-logistics asenkandla ayo improve, and people of Nkandla will feel better because of the improvement on intingo. Siyazi ukuthi ibulawe yini, and ke sibhizi ngalokho ukukulungisa, and hence ke siyathemba ukuthi ke i-support esiyitholayo kunina izosilekelela to deal with that. Honorable Rashbans, we thank you and also agree with you that we'll deal with some of the matters. When we have visited some of the farms that we have identified in Utongati and in Ndwedwe and around the area. Siyabonga ke sizodila no daba le rural economic development with UCOGTA as you have highlighted, and also issue of biosecurity. Biofuel, we are going also to embark on that with sugarcane growers. We are also intending of supporting the people that want to build a mill in Makatini to assist the small scale farm growers, cane growers there, because they said it's take a long time, and also they pay a lot of money to take their produce to the mills nearby. Honorable Zuma siyabonga kakhulu Chief Whip for the support and also for the issues that you have raised, and also issue yama placement, the issue seed multiplication, and also issue yama agri hubs. And we are committed, as we are getting support from the committee, that we are not going to fail the committee, and also we are not going to fail the legislature, and also not to fail abantu bakwaZulu Natal. Sizimisele ke ukuba sikulungise konke lokhu kwenzeke ukuba siqhubekele phambili. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke imibuzo eminingi siyiphendulile, omjindi hayi sisamile sizowalungisa, and the infrastructure that was built there was not built by us but was built by the then government. So okonye konakele ke senokulungisa ke nikhumbuzane lapha ekommitini ukuthi impi yalaba abanye nalaba abanye iyoziphele mzukwane, abanye bathatha over economy bese bekwazi ukuba nezwe elingcono kunabanye. Siyabonga kakhulu ke ngawo wonke ama-comment that has been made by members. We really appreciate. We still commit as the Department yakwa Agriculture and Rural Development that we'll always cooperate when the committee asks us and the House asks us to do so. We'll come back and account for all the funding that we have been allocated, and we are going to ensure that with the monitoring and evaluation system that we have put in place, I'm sitting with the bulk of reports for those people that we are directly funding, and all those projects has been monitored and evaluated. We are going to give a report on what actually has happened, and that are they existing as the money cow. We are not a money cow. We seem to be a donkey without a money, but carrying a load that is going to take it to the other direction. I want to thank you, all of you, for the contribution and everything, and also say, siyabonga nibe ne-weekend enhle.
Thank you, and thank you, Honorable MEC. Indeed, it has been a good debate, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, I wish to thank all of you for your cooperation and wish to draw your attention to the votes that will be deliberated on next week, Tuesday, the 10th of May 2022 at 9. The votes are as follows. Sports and Recreation, Arts and Culture, vote 10 at venue A, which is Chamber, and COGTA vote 11 at venue B, which is Ingcoce Caucus Room. At 1, proceedings will resume, wherein Health vote 7 at venue A, which is chamber, and community safety and liaison, vote 9, which is Ingcuce caucus room. Upon concluding of the votes as outlined above, members will further be requested to continue with the business of the legislature wherein the House is expected to process Division of Revenue Bill, B06-2022. The details of connecting for this purpose will be shared with members by 2 on Tuesday. Once more, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all the honorable members and our guests, and I wish everyone a safe journey back home and a restful weekend. We have come to an end of the debate on vote 3 and also the end of the business day. I thank you. The House adjourned.